a voyage to the Pacific Ocean undertaken by the command of His Majesty for making discoveries in the Northern Hemisphere to determine the position and extent of the west side of North America, its distance from Asia, and the practicability of a northern passage to Europe. Performed under the direction of Captains Cook, Clark, and Gore in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Discovery in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, 1779, and 1780. In 3 volumes, published by order of the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. Volume 3. Captain King's Journal of the Transactions on Return to the Sandwich Islands. Chapter 1. Description of Karakakooa Bay. Vast concourse of the natives, power of the chiefs over the inferior people. Visit from Koa, a priest and warrior. The Mowee at Kakooa described. Ceremonies at the landing of Captain Cook. Observatories erected. Powerful operation of the taboo. Method of salting pork in tropical climates. Society of priests discovered. Their hospitality and munificence. Reception of Captain Cook. Artifice of Koa. Arrival of Teriobu, King of the Island. Singular ceremony. Visit from the King. Returned by Captain Cook. Karakakooa Bay is situated on the west side of the island of Owhyhee in a district called Akona. It is about a mile in depth and bounded by 2 low points of land at the distance of half a league and bearing south-southeast and north-northwest from each other. On the north point, which is flat and barren, stands the village of Koroa, and in the bottom of the bay, near a grove of tall coconut trees, there is another village of a more considerable size called Kakooa. Between them runs a high rocky cliff, inaccessible from the seashore. On the south side, the coast, for about a mile inland, has a rugged appearance, beyond which the country rises with a gradual ascent and is overspread with cultivated enclosures and groves of coconut trees, where the habitations of the natives are scattered in great numbers. The shore, all round the bay, is covered with a black coral rock, which makes the landing very dangerous in rough weather, except at the village of Kakooa, where there is a fine sandy beach, with a morai, or burying place, at one extremity, and a small well of fresh water at the other. This bay appearing to Captain Cook a proper place to refit the ships and lay in an additional supply of water and provisions, we moored on the north side, about a quarter of a mile from the shore, Koroa bearing northwest. As soon as the inhabitants perceived our intention of anchoring in the bay, they came off from the shore in astonishing numbers, and expressed their joy by singing and shouting, and exhibiting a variety of wild and extravagant gestures. The sides, the decks, and rigging of both ships were soon completely covered with them, and a multitude of women and boys who had not been able to get canoes came swimming round us in shoals, many of whom, not finding room on board, remained the whole day playing in the water. Among the chiefs who came on board the Resolution was a young man called Paria, whom we soon perceived to be a person of great authority. On presenting himself to Captain Cook, he told him that he was Jackanee. To the King of the Island, who was at that time engaged on a military expedition at Mowee and was expected to return within 3 or 4 days. A few presents from Captain Cook attached him entirely to our interests, and he became exceedingly useful to us in the management of his countrymen, as we had soon occasion to experience. For we had not been long at anchor, when it was observed that the Discovery had such a number of people hanging on one side as occasioned her to heel considerably, and that the men were unable to keep off the crowds which continued pressing into her. Captain Cook, being apprehensive that she might suffer some injury, pointed out the danger to Paria, who immediately went to their assistance, cleared the ship of its encumbrances, and drove away the canoes that surrounded her. The authority of the chiefs over the inferior people appeared from this incident to be of the most despotic kind. A similar instance of it happened the same day on board the Resolution, where the crowd being so great as to impede the necessary business of the ship, we were obliged to have recourse to the assistance of Kanina, another of their chiefs, who had likewise attached himself to Captain Cook. The inconvenience we laboured under being made known, he immediately ordered his countrymen to quit the vessel, and we were not a little surprised to see them jump overboard without a moment's hesitation, all except one man who, loitering behind and showing some unwillingness to obey, Kanina took him up in his arms and threw him into the sea. Both these chiefs were men of strong and well-proportioned bodies, and of countenances remarkably pleasing. Kanina especially, whose portrait Mr. Webber has drawn, was one of the finest men I ever saw. He was about 6 feet high, had regular and expressive features, with lively, dark eyes. His carriage was easy, firm, and graceful. It has been already mentioned that during our long cruise off this island, the inhabitants had always behaved with great fairness and honesty in their dealings, and had not shown the slightest propensity to theft, which appeared to us the more extraordinary because those with whom we had hitherto held any intercourse were of the lowest rank, either servants or fishermen. We now found the café exceedingly altered. The immense crowd of islanders, which blocked up every part of the ships, not only afforded frequent opportunity of pilfering without risk of discovery, but our inferiority in number held forth a prospect of escaping with impunity in case of detection. Another circumstance to which we attributed this alteration in their behaviour was the presence and encouragement of their chiefs. For generally tracing the booty into the possession of some men of consequence, we had the strongest reason to suspect that these depredations were committed at their instigation. Soon after the Resolution had got into her station, our two friends, Perea and Kanina, brought on board a third chief named Koa, who, we were told, was a priest, and had been, in his youth, a distinguished warrior. He was a little old man, of an emaciated figure, his eyes exceedingly sore and red, and his body covered with a white leprous scurf, the effects of an immoderate use of the ava. Being led into the cabin, he approached Captain Cook with great veneration, and threw over his shoulders a piece of red cloth which he had brought along with him. Then, stepping a few paces back, he made an offering of a small pig, which he held in his hand, whilst he pronounced a discourse that lasted for a considerable time. This ceremony was frequently repeated during our stay at Owhyhee, and appeared to us, from many circumstances, to be a sort of religious adoration. Their idols we found always arrayed with red cloth in the same manner as was done to Captain Cook, and a small pig was their usual offering to the Etuas. Their speeches, or prayers, were uttered too with a readiness and volubility that indicated them to be according to some formulary. When this ceremony was over, Koa dined with Captain Cook, eating plentifully of what was set before him, but, like the rest of the inhabitants of the islands in these seas, could scarcely be prevailed on to taste a second time our wine or spirits. In the evening, Captain Cook, attended by Mr. Bailey and myself, accompanied him on shore. We landed at the beach and were received by 4 men, who carried wands tipped with dog's hair and marched before us, pronouncing with a loud voice a short sentence in which we could only distinguish the word Orono *. The crowd, which had been collected on the shore, retired at our approach, and not a person was to be seen except a few lying prostrate on the ground near the huts of the adjoining village. Before I proceed to relate the adoration that was paid to Captain Cook, and the peculiar ceremonies with which he was received on this fatal island, it will be necessary to describe the marae, situated, as I have already mentioned, at the south side of the beach at Karakakooa. It was a square, solid pile of stones, about 40 yards long, 20 broad, and 14 in height. The top was flat and well paved, and surrounded by a wooden rail on which were fixed the skulls of the captives sacrificed on the death of their chiefs. In the centre of the area stood a ruinous old building of wood, connected with the rail on each side by a stone wall, which divided the whole space into 2 parts. On the side next the country were 5 poles, upward of 20 feet high, supporting an irregular kind of scaffold. On the opposite side, toward the sea, stood 2 small houses with a covered communication. We were conducted by Koa to the top of this pile by an easy ascent, leading from the beach to the northwest corner of the area. At the entrance, we saw two large wooden images, with features violently distorted and a long piece of carved wood of a conical form inverted, rising from the top of their heads. The rest was without form and wrapped round with red cloth. We were here met by a tall young man with a long beard, who presented Captain Cook to the images, and after chanting a kind of hymn in which he was joined by Koa, they led us to that end of the Mowee where the 5 poles were fixed. At the foot of them were 12 images ranged in a semicircular form, and before the middle figure stood a high stand or table, exactly resembling the water of Owhyhee, on which lay a putrid hog, and under it pieces of sugarcane, cocoa nuts, breadfruit, plantains, and sweet potatoes. Koa, having placed the captain under this stand, took down the hog and held it toward him, and after having a second time addressed him in a long speech, pronounced with much vehemence and rapidity, he let it fall on the ground and led him to the scaffolding, which they began to climb together, not without great risk of falling. At this time we saw, coming in solemn procession, at the entrance of the top of the Mowee, 10 men carrying a live hog and a large piece of red cloth. Being advanced a few paces, they stopped and prostrated themselves, and Karakakooa, the young man above mentioned, went to them, and receiving the cloth, carried it to Koa, who wrapped it round the captain, and afterward offered him the hog, which was brought by Karakakooa with the same ceremony. Whilst Captain Cook was aloft, in this awkward situation, swathed round with red cloth, and with difficulty keeping his hold amongst the pieces of rotten scaffolding, Karakakooa and Koa began their office, chanting sometimes in concert and sometimes alternately. This lasted a considerable time. At length Koa let the hog drop, when he and the captain descended together. He then led him to the images before mentioned, and having said something to each in a sneering tone, snapping his fingers at them as he passed, he brought him to that in the centre, which, from its being covered with red cloth, appeared to be in greater estimation than the rest. Before this figure, he prostrated himself and kissed it, desiring Captain Cook to do the same, who suffered himself to be directed by Koa throughout the whole of this ceremony. We were now led back into the other division of the Mowee, where there was a space 10 or 12 feet square, sunk about 3 feet below the level of the area. Into this we descended, and Captain Cook was seated between 2 wooden idols, Koa supporting one of his arms, whilst I was desired to support the other. At this time arrived a second procession of natives, carrying a baked hog and a pudding, some breadfruit, cocoa nuts, and other vegetables. When they approached us, Karakakooa put himself at their head, and presenting the pig to Captain Cook in the usual manner, began the same kind of chant as before, his companions making regular responses. We observed that after every response, their parts became gradually shorter, till, toward the close, Karakakooa's consisted of only 2 or 3 words, which the rest answered by the word Orono. When this offering was concluded, which lasted a quarter of an hour, the natives sat down, fronting us, and began to cut up the baked hog, to peckle the vegetables, and break the cocoa nuts, whilst others employed themselves in brewing the ava, which is done by chewing it in the same manner as at the Friendly Islands. Karakakooa then took part of the kernel of a cocoa nut, which he chewed, and wrapping it in a piece of cloth, rubbed with it the captain's face, head, hands, arms, and shoulders. The ava was then handed round, and after we had tasted it, Koa and Paria began to pull the flesh of the hog in pieces and to put it into our mouths. I had no great objection to being fed by Paria, who was very cleanly in his person, but Captain Cook, who was served by Koa, recollecting the putrid hog, could not swallow a morsel, and his reluctance, as may be supposed, was not diminished, when the old man, according to his own mode of civility, had chewed it for him. When this last ceremony was finished, which Captain Cook put an end to as soon as he decently could, we quitted the Mowee, after distributing amongst the people some pieces of iron and other trifles, with which they seemed highly gratified. The men with wands conducted us to the boats, repeating the same words as before. The people again retired, and the few that remained prostrated themselves as we passed along the shore. We immediately went on board, our minds full of what we had seen, and extremely well satisfied with the good dispositions of our new friends. The meaning of the various ceremonies with which we had been received, and which, on account of their novelty and singularity, have been related at length, can only be the subject of conjectures, and those uncertain and partial. They were, however, without doubt, expressive of high respect on the part of the natives, and, as far as related to the person of Captain Cook, they seemed approaching to adoration. The next morning, I went on shore with a guard of 8 marines, including the corporal and lieutenant, having orders to erect the observatory in such a situation as might best enable me to superintend and protect the waterers and the other working parties that were to be on shore. As we were viewing a spot conveniently situated for this purpose, in the middle of the village, Perea, who was always ready to show both his power and his goodwill, offered to pull down some houses that would have obstructed our observations. However, we thought it proper to decline this offer, and fixed on a field of sweet potatoes adjoining to the Mowee, which was readily granted us, and the priests, to prevent the intrusion of the natives, immediately consecrated the place by fixing their wands round the wall by which it was enclosed. This fort of religious interdiction they call taboo, a word we heard often repeated during our stay amongst these islanders, and found to be a very powerful and extensive operation. A more particular explanation of it will be given in the general account of these islands under the article of religion. At present, it is only necessary to observe that it procured us even more privacy than we desired. No canoes ever presumed to land near us. The natives sat on the wall, but none offered to come within the tabooed space till he had obtained our permission. But though the men, at our request, would come across the field with provisions, yet not all our endeavours could prevail on the women to approach us. Presents were tried, but without effect. Perea and Koa were tempted to bring them, but in vain. We were invariably answered that the Eatua and Tariabu, which was the name of their king, would kill them. This circumstance afforded no small matter of amusement to our friends on board, where the crowds of people, and particularly of women, that continued to stock thither, obliged them almost every hour to clear the vessel in order to have room to do the necessary duties of the ship. On these occasions, 200 or 300 women were frequently made to jump into the water at once, where they continued swimming and playing about till they could again procure admittance. From the 19th to the 24th, when Perea and Koa left us to attend Tariabu, who had landed on some other part of the island, nothing very material happened on board. The caulkers were set to work on the sides of the ships, and the rigging was carefully overhauled and repaired. The salting of hogs for sea store was also a constant, and one of the principal objects of Captain Cook's attention. As the success we met with in this experiment during our present voyage was much more complete than it had been in any former attempt of the same kind, it may not be improper to give an account of the detail of the operation. It has generally been thought impracticable to cure the flesh of animals by salting in tropical climates, the progress of putrefaction being so rapid as not to allow time for the salt to take, as they express it, before the meat gets a taint, which prevents the effect of the pickle. We do not find that experiments relative to this subject have been made by the navigators of any nation before Captain Cook. In his first trials, which were made in 1774 during his second voyage to the Pacific Ocean, the success he met with, though very imperfect, was yet sufficient to convince him of the error of the received opinion. As the voyage, in which he was now engaged, was likely to be protracted a year beyond the time for which the ships had been victualled, he was under the necessity of providing, by some such means, for the subsistence of the crews, or of relinquishing the further prosecution of his discoveries. He therefore lost no opportunity of renewing his attempts, and the event answered his most sanguine expectations. The hogs, which we made use of for this purpose, were of various sizes, weighing from 4 to 12 stone. The time of slaughtering was always in the afternoon, and as soon as the hair was scalded off and the entrails removed, the hog was divided into pieces of 4 or 8 pounds each, and the bones of the legs and chine taken out, and, in the larger sort, the ribs also. Every piece then being carefully wiped and examined, and the veins cleared of the coagulated blood, they were handed to the salters, whilst the flesh remained still warm. After they had been well rubbed with salt, they were placed in a heap on a stage raised in the open air, covered with planks, and pressed with the heaviest weights we could lay on them. In this situation they remained till the next evening, when they were again well wiped and examined, and the suspicious parts taken away. They were then put into a tub of strong pickle, where they were always looked over once or twice a day, and if any piece had not taken the salt, which was readily discovered by the smell of the pickle, they were immediately taken out, re-examined, and the sound pieces put to fresh pickle. This, however, after the precautions before used, seldom happened. After 6 days, they were taken out, examined for the last time, and being again slightly pressed, they were packed in barrels with a thin layer of salt between them. I brought home with me some barrels of this pork, which was pickled at Owhyhee in January 1779, and was tasted by several persons in England about Christmas 1780, and found perfectly sound and wholesome asterisk. I shall now return to our transactions on shore at the observatory, where we had not been long settled before we discovered in our neighbourhood the habitations of a society of priests, whose regular attendance at the Mowee had excited our curiosity. Their huts stood round a pond of water, and were surrounded by a grove of cocoa-nut trees, which separated them from the beach and the rest of the village, and gave the place an air of religious retirement. On my acquainting Captain Cook with these circumstances, he resolved to pay them a visit, and as he expected to be received in the same manner as before, he brought Mr. Webber with him to make a drawing of the ceremony. On his arrival at the beach, he was conducted to a sacred building called Hare no Orono, or the House of Orono, and seated before the entrance at the foot of a wooden idol of the same kind with those on the Mowee. I was here again made to support one of his arms, and after wrapping him in red cloth, Karakakooa, accompanied by 12 priests, made an offering of a pig with the usual solemnities. The pig was then strangled, and a fire being kindled, it was thrown into the embers, and after the hair was singed off, it was again presented with a repetition of the chanting in the manner before described. The dead pig was then held for a short time under the captain's nose, after which it was laid with a coconut at his feet, and the performers sat down. The ava was then brewed and handed round. A fat hog, ready dressed, was brought in, and we were fed as before. During the rest of the time we remained in the bay. Whenever Captain Cook came on shore, he was attended by one of these priests, who went before him, giving notice that the Orono had landed, and ordering the people to prostrate themselves. The same person also constantly accompanied him on the water, standing in the bow of the boat with a wand in his hand, and giving notice of his approach to the natives, who were in canoes, on which they immediately left off paddling, and lay down on their faces till he had passed. Whenever he stopped at the observatory, Karakakooa and his brethren immediately made their appearance with hogs, coconuts, breadfruit, and so on, and presented them with the usual solemnities. It was on these occasions that some of the inferior chiefs frequently requested to be permitted to make an offering to the Orono. When this was granted, they presented the hog themselves, generally with evident marks of fear in their countenances, whilst Karakakooa and the priests chanted their accustomed hymns. The civilities of this society were not, however, confined to mere ceremony and parade. Our party on shore received from them every day a constant supply of hogs and vegetables, more than sufficient for our subsistence, and several canoes loaded with provisions were sent to the ships with the same punctuality. No return was ever demanded, or even hinted at in the most distant manner. Their presents were made with a regularity, more like the discharge of a religious duty than the effect of mere liberality. And when we inquired at whose charge all this munificence was displayed, we were told it was at the expense of a great man called Kau, the chief of the priests, and grandfather to Karakakooa, who was at that time absent attending the king of the island. As everything relating to the character and behaviour of this people must be interesting to the reader, on account of the tragedy that was afterward acted here, it will be proper to acquaint him that we had not always so much reason to be satisfied with the conduct of the warrior chiefs or eries as with that of the priests. In all our dealings with the former, we found them sufficiently attentive to their own interests, and besides their habit of stealing, which may admit of some excuse from the universality of the practice amongst the islanders of these seas, they made use of other artifices equally dishonourable. I shall only mention one instance in which we discovered with regret our friend Koa to be a party principally concerned. As the chiefs who brought us presents of hogs were always sent back handsomely rewarded, we had generally a greater supply than we could make use of. On these occasions, Koa, who never failed in his attendance on us, used to beg such as we did not want, and they were always given to him. It one day happened that a pig was presented us by a man whom Koa himself introduced as a chief, who was desirous of paying his respects, and we recollected the pig to be the same that had been given to Koa just before. This leading us to suspect some trick, we found, on further inquiry, the pretended chief to be an ordinary person, and on connecting this with other circumstances, we had reason to suspect that it was not the first time we had been the dupes of the like imposition. Things continued in this state till the 24th, when we were a good deal surprised to find that no canoes were suffered to put off from the shore, and that the natives kept close to their houses. After several hours' suspense, we learned that the bay was tabooed, and all intercourse with us interdicted on account of the arrival of Teriobu. As we had not foreseen an accident of this sort, the crews of both ships were obliged to pass the day without their usual supply of vegetables. The next morning, therefore, they endeavoured, both by threats and promises, to induce the natives to come alongside. And as some of them were at last venturing to put off, a chief was observed attempting to drive them away. A musket was immediately fired over his head to make him desist, which had the desired effect, and refreshments were soon after purchased as usual. In the afternoon, Teriobu arrived and visited the ships in a private manner, attended only by one canoe in which were his wife and children. He stayed on board till near 10 o'clock, when he returned to the village of Korowa. The next day, about noon, the king, in a large canoe, attended by 2 others, set out from the village and paddled toward the ships in great state. Their appearance was grand and magnificent. In the first canoe was Teriobu and his chiefs, dressed in their rich feathered cloaks and helmets, and armed with long spears and daggers. In the second came the venerable Kau, the chief of the priests, and his brethren, with their idols displayed on red cloth. These idols were busts of a gigantic size, made of wicker work, and curiously covered with small feathers of various colours, wrought in the same manner with their cloaks. Their eyes were made of large pearl oysters, with a black nut fixed in the centre. Their mouths were set with a double row of the fangs of dogs, and together with the rest of their features were strangely distorted. The third canoe was filled with hogs and various sorts of vegetables. As they went along, the priests in the centre canoe sung their hymns with great solemnity, and after paddling round the ships, instead of going on board, as was expected, they made toward the shore at the beach where we were stationed. As soon as I saw them approaching, I ordered out our little guard to receive the king, and Captain Cook, perceiving that he was going on shore, followed him, and arrived nearly at the same time. We conducted them into the tent, where they had scarcely been seated, when the king rose up, and in a very graceful manner threw over the captain's shoulders the cloak he himself wore, put a feathered helmet upon his head, and a curious fan into his hand. He also spread at his feet 5 or 6 other cloaks, all exceedingly beautiful, and of the greatest value. His attendants then brought 4 very large hogs with sugar canes, coconuts and breadfruit, and this part of the ceremony was concluded by the king's exchanging names with Captain Cook, which, amongst all the islanders of the Pacific Ocean, is esteemed the strongest pledge of friendship. A procession of priests, with a venerable old personage at their head, now appeared, followed by a long train of men leading large hogs and others carrying plantains, sweet potatoes, etc. By the looks and gestures of Karakakooa, I immediately knew the old man to be the chief of the priests before mentioned, on whose bounty we had so long subsisted. He had a piece of red cloth in his hands, which he wrapped round Captain Cook's shoulders, and afterward presented him with a small pig in the usual form. A seat was then made for him next to the king, after which Karakakooa and his followers began their ceremonies, Kau and the chiefs joining in the responses. I was surprised to see, in the person of this king, the same infirm and emaciated old man that came on board the Resolution when we were off the northeast side of the island of Mowee, and we soon discovered amongst his attendants most of the persons who at that time had remained with us all night. Of this number were the 2 younger sons of the king, the eldest of whom was 16 years of age, and his nephew Owhyhee, whom at first we had some difficulty in recollecting, his hair being plastered over with a dirty brown paste and powder, which was no mean heightening to the most savage face I ever beheld. As soon as the formalities of the meeting were over, Captain Cook carried Teriobu and as many chiefs as the pinnace could hold on board the Resolution. They were received with every mark of respect that could be shown them, and Captain Cook, in return for the feathered cloak, put a linen shirt on the king and girt his own hanger round him. The ancient Kau and about 6 more old chiefs remained on shore and took up their abode at the priests' houses. During all this time, not a canoe was seen in the bay, and the natives either kept within their huts or lay prostrate on the ground. Before the king left the Resolution, Captain Cook obtained leave for the natives to come and trade with the ships as usual. But the women, for what reason we could not learn, still continued under the effects of the taboo, that is, were forbidden to stir from home or to have any communication with us. The Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 3, Captain King's Journal of the Transactions on Return to the Sandwich Islands. Chapter 2. Father, account of transactions with the natives, their hospitality, propensity to theft, description of a boxing match, death of one of our seamen, behaviour of the priests at his funeral, the woodwork and images on the Mowee purchased, the natives inquisitive about our departure, their opinion about the design of our voyage, magnificent presents of Teriobu to Captain Cook, the ships leave the island, the Resolution damaged in a gale and obliged to return, the quiet and inoffensive behaviour of the natives having taken away every apprehension of danger, we did not hesitate to trust ourselves amongst them at all times and in all situations. The officers of both ships went daily up the country, in small parties, or even singly, and frequently remained out the whole night. It would be endless to recount all the instances of kindness and civility which we received upon those occasions. Wherever we went, the people flocked about us, eager to offer every assistance in their power, and highly gratified if their services were accepted. Various little arts were practiced to attract our notice or to delay our departure. The boys and girls ran before as we walked through their villages and stopped us at every opening where there was room to form a group for dancing. At one time, we were invited to accept a draught of coconut milk or some other refreshment under the shade of their huts. At another, we were seated within a circle of young women who exerted all their skill and agility to amuse us with songs and dances. The satisfaction we derived from their gentleness and hospitality was, however, frequently interrupted by that propensity to stealing which they have in common with all the other islanders of these seas. This circumstance was the more distressing, as it sometimes obliged us to have recourse to acts of severity, which we should willingly have avoided, if the necessity of the case had not absolutely called for them. Some of their most expert swimmers were one day discovered under the ships, drawing out the filling nails of the sheathing, which they performed very dexterously by means of a short stick, with a flintstone fixed in the end of it. To put a stop to this practice, which endangered the very existence of the vessels, we at first fired small shot at the offenders, but they easily got out of our reach by diving under the ship's bottom. It was therefore found necessary to make an example by flogging one of them on board the Discovery. About this time, a large party of gentlemen from both ships set out on an excursion into the interior parts of the country with a view of examining its natural productions. An account of this journey will be given in a subsequent part of our narrative. It is, therefore, only necessary at present to observe that it afforded Kau a fresh opportunity of showing his attention and generosity. For as soon as he was informed of their departure, he sent a large supply of provisions after them, together with orders that the inhabitants of the country through which they were to pass should give them every assistance in their power, and, to complete the delicacy and disinterestedness of his conduct, even the people he employed could not be prevailed on to accept the smallest present. After remaining out 6 days, our officers returned, without having been able to penetrate above 20 miles into the island, partly from want of proper guides, and partly from the impracticability of the country. The head of the Resolution's rudder being found exceedingly shaken, and most of the pintles either loose or broken, it was unhung, and sent on shore on the 27th in the morning to undergo a thorough repair. At the same time, the carpenters were sent into the country under conduct of some of Kau's people to cut planks for the headrail work, which was also entirely decayed and rotten. On the 28th, Captain Clark, whose ill health confined him for the most part on board, paid Tereobu his first visit at his hut on shore. He was received with the same formalities as were observed with Captain Cook, and on his coming away, though the visit was quite unexpected, he received a present of 30 large hogs and as much fruit and roots as his crew could consume in a week. As we had not yet seen anything of their sports or athletic exercises, the natives, at the request of some of our officers, entertained us this evening with a boxing match. Though these games were much inferior, as well in point of solemnity and magnificence, as in the skill and powers of the combatants, to what we had seen exhibited at the Friendly Islands, yet, as they differed in some particulars, it may not be improper to give a short account of them. We found a vast concourse of people assembled on a level spot of ground, at a little distance from our tents. A long space was left vacant in the midst of them, at the upper end of which sat the judges under 3 standards from which hung slips of cloth of various colours, the skins of 2 wild geese, a few small birds, and bunches of feathers. When the sports were ready to begin, the signal was given by the judges, and immediately 2 combatants appeared. They came forward slowly, lifting up their feet very high behind and drawing their hands along the soles. As they approached, they frequently eyed each other from head to foot in a contemptuous manner, casting several arch looks at the spectators, straining their muscles, and using a variety of affected gestures. Being advanced within reach of each other, they stood with both arms held out straight before their faces, at which part all their blows were aimed. They struck, in what appeared to our eyes an awkward manner, with a full swing of the arm, made no attempt to parry, but eluded their adversary's attack by an inclination of the body, or by retreating. The battle was quickly decided, for if either of them was knocked down, or even fell by accident, he was considered as vanquished, and the victor expressed his triumph by a variety of gestures which usually excited, as was intended, a loud laugh among the spectators. He then waited for a second antagonist, and if again victorious, for a third, till he was at last, in his turn, defeated. A singular rule observed in these combats is that whilst any 2 are preparing to fight, a third person may step in and choose either of them for his antagonist when the other is obliged to withdraw. Sometimes 3 or 4 followed each other in this manner before the match was settled. When the combat proved longer than usual or appeared too unequal, one of the chiefs generally stepped in and ended it by putting a stick between the combatants. The same good humour was preserved throughout, which we before so much admired in the Friendly Islanders. As these games were given at our desire, we found it was universally expected that we should have borne our part in them. But our people, though much pressed by the natives, turned a deaf ear to their challenge, remembering full well the blows they got at the Friendly Islands. This day died William Watman, a seaman of the gunner's crew, an event which I mention the more particularly, as death had hitherto been very rare amongst us. He was an old man, and much respected on account of his attachment to Captain Cook. He had formerly served as a marine 21 years, after which he entered as a seaman on board the Resolution in 1772, and served with Captain Cook in his voyage toward the South Pole. At their return, he was admitted into Greenwich Hospital, through the captain's interest, at the same time with himself. And being resolved to follow throughout the fortunes of his benefactor, he also quitted it along with him on his being appointed to the command of the present expedition. During the voyage, he had frequently been subject to slight fevers, and was a convalescent when we came into the bay, where being sent on shore for a few days, he conceived himself perfectly recovered, and at his own desire, returned on board. But the day following, he had a paralytic stroke, which in 2 days more carried him off. At the request of the king of the island, he was buried the Mowee, and the ceremony was performed with as much solemnity as our situation permitted. Old Cow and his brethren were spectators, and preserved the most profound silence and attention whilst the service was reading. When we began to fill up the grave, they approached it with great reverence, threw in a dead pig, some cocoa nuts and plantains, and for 3 nights afterward they surrounded it, sacrificing hogs and performing their usual ceremonies of hymns and prayers, which continued till daybreak. At the head of the grave we erected a post and nailed upon it a square piece of board on which was inscribed the name of the deceased, his age and the day of his death. This they promised not to remove, and we have no doubt but that it will be suffered to remain as long as the frail materials of which it is made will permit. The ships being in great want of fuel, the captain desired me, on the 2nd of February, to treat with the priests for the purchase of the rail that surrounded the top of the Mowee. I must confess I had, at first, some doubt about the decency of this proposal, and was apprehensive that even the bare mention of it might be considered by them as a piece of shocking impiety. In this, however, I found myself mistaken. Not the smallest surprise was expressed at the application, and the wood was readily given, even without stipulating for anything in return. Whilst the sailors were taking it away, I observed one of them carrying off a carved image, and on further inquiry I found that they had conveyed to the boats the whole semicircle. Though this was done in the presence of the natives, who had not shown any mark of resentment at it, but had even assisted them in the removal, I thought it proper to speak to Kau on the subject, who appeared very indifferent about the matter, and only desired that we would restore the centre image I have mentioned before, which he carried into one of the priests' houses. Teriobu and his chiefs had for some days past been very inquisitive about the time of our departure. This circumstance had excited in me a great curiosity to know what opinion this people had formed of us, and what were their ideas respecting the cause and objects of our voyage. I took some pains to satisfy myself on these points, but could never learn anything farther than that they imagined we came from some country where provisions had failed, and that our visit to them was merely for the purpose of filling our bellies. Indeed, the meagre appearance of some of our crew, the hearty appetites with which we sat down to their fresh provisions, and our great anxiety to purchase and carry off as much as we were able, led them, naturally enough, to such a conclusion. To these may be added a circumstance which puzzled them exceedingly, our having no women with us. Together with our quiet conduct and unwarlike appearance, It was ridiculous enough to see them stroking the sides and patting the bellies of the sailors, who were certainly much improved in the sleekness of their looks during our short stay in the island, and telling them, partly by signs and partly by words, that it was time for them to go. But if they would come again the next breadfruit season, they should be better able to supply their wants. We had now been 16 days in the bay, and if our enormous consumption of hogs and vegetables be considered, it need not be wondered that they should wish to see us take our leave. It is very probable, however, that Terreeoboo had no other view in his inquiries at present than a desire of making sufficient preparation for dismissing us with presents, suitable to the respect and kindness with which he had received us. For on our telling him we should leave the island on the next day but one, we observed that a sort of proclamation was immediately made through the villages to require the people to bring in their hogs and vegetables for the king to present to the Orono on his departure. We were this day much diverted at the beach by the buffooneries of one of the natives. He held in his hand an instrument of the sort described in the last volume. Some bits of seaweed were tied round his neck, and round each leg a piece of strong netting about 9 inches deep, on which a great number of dogs' teeth were loosely fastened in rows. His style of dancing was entirely burlesque, and accompanied with strange grimaces and pantomimical distortions of the face, which, though at times inexpressibly ridiculous, yet, on the whole, was without much meaning or expression. Mr. Webber thought it worth his while to make a drawing of this person as exhibiting a tolerable specimen of the natives, the manner in which the maro is tied, the figure of the instrument before mentioned, and of the ornaments round the legs, which, at other times, we also saw used by their dancers. In the evening, we were again entertained with wrestling and boxing matches, and we displayed in return the few fireworks we had left. Nothing could be better calculated to excite the admiration of these islanders and to impress them with an idea of our great superiority than an exhibition of this kind. Captain Cook has already described the extraordinary effects of that which was made at Harbour, and though the present was, in every respect, infinitely inferior, yet the astonishment of the natives was not less. I have before mentioned that the carpenters from both ships had been sent up the country to cut planks for the headrail work of the Resolution. This was the 3rd day since their departure, and having received no intelligence from them, we began to be very anxious for their safety. We were communicating our apprehensions to old Kau, who appeared as much concerned as ourselves, and were concerting measures with him for sending after them when they arrived all safe. They had been obliged to go farther into the country than was expected, before they met with trees fit for their purpose. And it was this circumstance, together with the badness of the roads and the difficulty of bringing back the timber which had detained them so long. They spoke in high terms of their guides, who both supplied them with provisions and guarded their tools with the utmost fidelity. The next day being fixed for our departure, Terreeoboo invited Captain Cook and myself to attend him on the 3rd to the place where Kau resided. On our arrival, we found the ground covered with parcels of cloth, a vast quantity of red and yellow feathers tied to the fibres of cocoa-nut husks, and a great number of hatchets and other pieces of ironware that had been got in barter from us. At a little distance from these lay an immense quantity of vegetables of every kind, and near them was a large herd of hogs. At first, we imagined the whole to be intended as a present for us, till Karakakooa informed me that it was a gift or tribute from the people of that district to the king. And accordingly, as soon as we were seated, they brought all the bundles and laid them severally at Terreeoboo's feet, spreading out the cloth and displaying the feathers and ironware before him. The king seemed much pleased with this mark of their duty, and having selected about a 3rd part of the ironware, the same proportion of feathers, and a few pieces of cloth, these were set aside by themselves, and the remainder of the cloth, together with all the hogs and vegetables, were afterward presented to Captain Cook and myself. We were astonished at the value and magnitude of this present, which far exceeded everything of the kind we had seen, either at the Friendly or Society Islands. Boats were immediately sent to carry them on board. The large hogs were picked out to be salted for sea store, and upward of 30 smaller pigs and the vegetables were divided between the two crews. The same day we quitted the Mowee and got the tents and astronomical instruments on board. The charm of the taboo was now removed, and we had no sooner left the place than the natives rushed in and searched eagerly about in expectation of finding something of value that we might have left behind. As I happened to remain the last on shore and waited for the return of the boat, several came crowding about me and, having made me sit down by them, began to lament our separation. It was indeed not without difficulty I was able to quit them, and here I hope I may be permitted to relate a trifling occurrence in which I was principally concerned. Having had the command of the party on shore during the whole time we were in the bay, I had an opportunity of becoming better acquainted with the natives and of being better known to them than those whose duty required them to be generally on board. As I had every reason to be satisfied with their kindness, in general, so cannot too often, nor too particularly, mention the unbounded and constant friendship of their priests. On my part, I spared no endeavours to conciliate their affections and gain their esteem, and I had the good fortune to succeed so far that when the time of our departure was made known, I was strongly solicited to remain behind, not without offers of the most flattering kind. When I excused myself by saying that Captain Cook would not give his consent, they proposed that I should retire into the mountains, where, they said, they would conceal me till after the departure of the ships, and on my father assuring them that the captain would not leave the bay without me, Teriobu and Kau waited upon Captain Cook, whose son they supposed I was, with a formal request that I might be left behind. The captain, to avoid giving a positive refusal to an offer so kindly intended, told them that he could not part with me at that time, but that he should return to the island next year, and would then endeavour to settle the matter to their satisfaction. Early in the morning of the 4th, we unmoored and sailed out of the bay with the Discovery in company, and were followed by a great number of canoes. Captain Cook's design was to finish the survey of Owhyhee before he visited the other islands, in hopes of meeting with a road better sheltered than the bay we had just left. And in case of not succeeding here, he purposed to take a view of the southeast part of Mowee, where the natives informed us we should find an excellent harbour. We had calm weather all this and the following day, which made our progress to the northward very slow. We were accompanied by a great number of the natives in their canoes, and Teriobu gave a fresh proof of his friendship to Captain Cook by a large present of hogs and vegetables that was sent after him. In the night of the 5th, having a light breeze off the land, we made some way to the northward, and in the morning of the 6th, having passed the westernmost point of the island, we found ourselves abreast of a deep bay called by the natives Owhyhee. We had great hopes that this bay would furnish us with a safe and commodious harbour, as we saw to the northeast several fine streams of water, and the whole had the appearance of being well sheltered. These observations agreeing with the accounts given us by Koa, who accompanied Captain Cook and had changed his name, out of compliment to us, into Brittany, the pinnace was hoisted out, and the master, with Brittany for his guide, was sent to examine the bay, whilst the ships worked up after them. In the afternoon, the weather became gloomy, and the gusts of wind that blew off the land were so violent as to make it necessary to take in all the sails and bring to under the mizzen staysail. All the canoes left us at the beginning of the gale, and Mr. Bligh, on his return, had the satisfaction of saving an old woman and 2 men whose canoe had been overset by the violence of the wind as they were endeavouring to gain the shore. Besides these distressed people, we had a great many women on board, whom the natives had left behind in their hurry to shift for themselves. The master reported to Captain Cook that he had landed at the only village he saw on the north side of the bay, where he was directed to some wells of water, but found they would by no means answer our purpose, that he afterward proceeded farther into the bay, which runs inland to a great depth and stretches toward the foot of a very conspicuous high mountain situated on the northwest end of the island, but that instead of meeting with safe anchorage, as Brittany had taught him to expect, he found the shores low and rocky, and a flat bed of coral rocks running along the coast and extending upward of a mile from the land, on the outside of which the depth of water was 20 fathoms over a sandy bottom. And that, in the meantime, Brittany had contrived to slip away, being afraid of returning, as we imagined, because his information had not proved true and successful. In the evening, the weather being more moderate, we again made sail, but about midnight it blew so violently as to split both the fore and main topsails. On the morning of the 7th, we bent fresh sails and had fair weather and a light breeze. At noon, the latitude, by observation, was 20 degrees 1 minute north, the west point of the island bearing south, 7 degrees east, and the northwest point north, 38 degrees east. As we were at this time 4 or 5 leagues from the shore, and the weather very unsettled, none of the canoes would venture out, so that our guests were obliged to remain with us, much indeed to their dissatisfaction, for they were all seasick, and many of them had left young children behind them. In the afternoon, though the weather was still squally, we stood in for the land, and being about 3 leagues from it, we saw a canoe, with 2 men paddling toward us, which we immediately conjectured had been driven off the shore by the late boisterous weather, and therefore stopped the ship's way in order to take them in. These poor wretches were so entirely exhausted with fatigue that had not one of the natives on board, observing their weakness, jumped into the canoe to their assistance, they would scarcely have been able to fasten it to the rope we had thrown out for that purpose. It was with difficulty we got them up the ship's side, together with a child, about 4 years old, which they had lashed under the thwarts of the canoe, where it had lain with only its head above water. They told us they had left the shore the morning before, and had been from that time without food or water. The usual precautions were taken in giving them victuals, and the child being committed to the care of one of the women, we found them all next morning perfectly recovered. At midnight, a gale of wind came on, which obliged us to double reef the topsails and get down the top-gallant yards. On the 8th, at daybreak, we found that the foremast had again given way, the fishes, which were put on the head, in King George's or Nootka Sound, on the coast of America, being sprung, and the parts so very defective as to make it absolutely necessary to replace them, and, of course, to unstep the mast. In this difficulty, Captain Cook was for some time in doubt whether he should run the chance of meeting with a harbour in the islands to leeward or return to Karakakooa. That bay was not so remarkably commodious in any respect, but that a better might probably be expected, both for the purpose of repairing the masts and for procuring refreshments, of which it was imagined that the neighbourhood of Karakakooa had been already pretty well drained. On the other hand, it was considered as too great a risk to leave a place that was tolerably sheltered, and which, once left, could not be regained, for the mere hopes of meeting with a better, the failure of which might perhaps have left us without resource. We therefore continued standing on toward the land in order to give the natives an opportunity of releasing their friends on board from their confinement. And at noon, being within a mile of the shore, a few canoes came off to us, but so crowded with people that there was not room in them for any of our guests. We therefore hoisted out the pinnace to carry them on shore, and the master who went with them had directions to examine the south coasts of the bay for water, but returned without finding any. The winds being variable and a current setting strong to the northward, we made but little progress in our return. And at 8 o'clock in the evening of the 9th, it began to blow very hard from the southeast, which obliged us to close reef the topsails. And at 2 in the morning of the 10th, in a heavy squall, we found ourselves close in with the breakers that lie to the northward of the west point of Owhyhee. We had just room to haul off and avoid them, and fired several guns to apprise the discovery of the danger. In the forenoon, the weather was more moderate, and a few canoes came off to us, from which we learnt that the late storms had done much mischief and that several large canoes had been lost. During the remainder of the day, we kept beating to windward, and before night we were within a mile of the bay, but not choosing to run on. While it was dark, we stood off and on till daylight next morning, when we dropped anchor nearly in the same place as before. The Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 3. Captain King's Journal of the Transactions on Return to the Sandwich Islands. Chapter 3. Suspicious behaviour of the natives on our return to Karakakooa Bay. Theft on board the Discovery and its consequences. The pinnace attacked and the crew obliged to quit her. Captain Cook's observations on the occasion. Attempt at the observatory. The cutter of the Discovery stolen. Measures taken by Captain Cook for its recovery. Goes on shore to invite the king on board. The king being stopped by his wife, and the chiefs, a contest arises. News arrives of one of the chiefs being killed by one of our people. Ferment on this occasion. One of the chiefs threatens Captain Cook and is shot by him. General attack by the natives. Death of Captain Cook. Account of the captain's services and a sketch of his character. We were employed the whole of the 11th and part of the 12th in getting out the foremast and sending it with the carpenters on shore. Besides the damage which the head of the mast had sustained, we found the heel exceedingly rotten, having a large hole up the middle of it, capable of holding 4 or 5 cocoa nuts. It was not, however, thought necessary to shorten it, and fortunately the logs of red tow-wood which had been cut at Mowee for anchor stocks were found fit to replace the sprung parts of the fishes. As these repairs were likely to take up several days, Mr. Bailey and myself got the astronomical apparatus on shore and pitched our tents on the Mowee, having with us a guard of a corporal and 6 marines. We renewed our friendly correspondence with the priests, who, for the greater security of the workmen and their tools, tabooed the place where the mast lay, sticking their wands round it, as before. The sailmakers were also sent on shore to repair the damages which had taken place in their department during the late gales. They were lodged in a house adjoining to the Mowee that was lent us by the priests. Such were our arrangements on shore. I shall now proceed to the account of those other transactions with the natives, which led by degrees to the fatal catastrophe of the 14th. Upon coming to anchor, we were surprised to find our reception very different from what it had been on our first arrival. No shouts, no bustle, no confusion, but a solitary bay, with only here and there a canoe stealing close along the shore. The impulse of curiosity, which had before operated to so great a degree, might now indeed be supposed to have ceased. But the hospitable treatment we had invariably met with, and the friendly footing on which we parted, gave us some reason to expect that they would again have flocked about us with great joy on our return. We were forming various conjectures upon the occasion of this extraordinary appearance, when our anxiety was at length relieved by the return of a boat which had been sent on shore, and brought us word that Terreeoboo was absent, and had left the bay under the taboo. Though this account appeared very satisfactory to most of us, yet others were of opinion, or rather perhaps have been led by subsequent events, to imagine that there was something at this time very suspicious in the behaviour of the natives, and that the interdiction of all intercourse with us, on pretence of the king's absence, was only to give him time to consult with his chiefs in what manner it might be proper to treat us. Whether these suspicions were well-founded, or the account given by the natives was the truth, we were never able to ascertain. For though it is not improbable that our sudden return, for which they could see no apparent cause, and the necessity of which we afterward found it very difficult to make them comprehend, might occasion some alarm, Yet the unsuspicious conduct of Terry-Obu, who, on his supposed arrival the next morning, came immediately to visit Captain Cook, and the consequent return of the natives to their former friendly intercourse with us, are strong proofs that they neither meant nor apprehended any change of conduct. In support of this opinion, I may add the account of another accident, precisely of the same kind, which happened to us on our first visit the day before the arrival of the king. A native had sold a hog on board the Resolution and taken the price agreed on, when Paria, passing by, advised the man not to part with the hog without an advanced price. For this, he was sharply spoken to and pushed away, and the taboo being soon after laid on the bay, we had at first no doubt, but that it was in consequence of the offence given to the chief. Both these accidents serve to show how very difficult it is to draw any certain conclusion from the actions of people with whose customs as well as language we are so imperfectly acquainted. At the same time, some idea may be formed from them of the difficulties, at the first view perhaps not very apparent, which those have to encounter, who, in all their transactions with these strangers, have to steer their course amidst so much uncertainty, where a trifling error may be attended with even the most fatal consequences. However true or false our conjectures may be, things went on in their usual quiet course till the afternoon of the 13th. Toward the evening of that day, the officer who commanded the watering party of the Discovery came to inform me that several chiefs had assembled at the well near the beach, driving away the natives, whom he had hired to assist the sailors in rolling down the casks to the shore. He told me, at the same time, that he thought their behaviour extremely suspicious, and that they meant to give him some farther disturbance. At his request, therefore, I sent a marine along with him, but suffered him to take only his sidearms. In a short time the officer returned, and on his acquainting me that the islanders had armed themselves with stones, and were grown very tumultuous, I went myself to the spot, attended by a marine with his musquet. Seeing us approach, they threw away their stones, and, on my speaking to some of the chiefs, the mob were driven away, and those who chose it were suffered to assist in filling the casks. Having left things quiet here, I went to meet Captain Cook, whom I saw coming on shore in the pinnace. I related to him what had just passed, and he ordered me, in case of their beginning to throw stones or behave insolently, immediately to fire a ball at the offenders. I accordingly gave orders to the corporal to have the pieces of the sentinels loaded with ball instead of small shot. Soon after our return to the tents, we were alarmed by a continued fire of muskets from the Discovery, which we observed to be directed at a canoe that we saw paddling toward the shore in great haste, pursued by one of our small boats. We immediately concluded that the firing was in consequence of some theft, and Captain Cook ordered me to follow him with a marine armed and to endeavour to seize the people as they came on shore. Accordingly, we ran toward the place where we supposed the canoe would land, but were too late, the people having quitted it and made their escape into the country before our arrival. We were at this time ignorant that the goods had been already restored, and as we thought it probable, from the circumstances we had at first observed, that they might be of importance, were unwilling to relinquish our hopes of recovering them. Having therefore inquired of the natives which way the people had fled, we followed them till it was near dark, when judging ourselves to be about 3 miles from the tents, and suspecting that the natives, who frequently encouraged us in the pursuit, were amusing us with false information, we thought it in vain to continue our search any longer and returned to the beach. During our absence, a difference of a more serious and unpleasant nature had happened. The officer, who had been sent in the small boat and was returning on board with the goods which had been restored, observing Captain Cook and me engaged in the pursuit of the offenders, thought it his duty to seize the canoe, which was left drawn up on the shore. Unfortunately, this canoe belonged to Paria, who, arriving at the same moment from on board the Discovery, claimed his property, with many protestations of his innocence. The officer refusing to give it up, and being joined by the crew of the pinnace, which was waiting for Captain Cook, A scuffle ensued, in which Paria was knocked down by a violent blow on the head with an oar. The natives, who were collected about the spot and had hitherto been peaceable spectators, immediately attacked our people with such a shower of stones as forced them to retreat with great precipitation and swim off to a rock at some distance from the shore. The pinnace was immediately ransacked by the islanders, and but for the timely interposition of Paria, who seemed to have recovered from the blow and forgot it at the same instant, would soon have been entirely demolished. Having driven away the crowd, he made signs to our people that they might come and take possession of the pinnace, and that he would endeavour to get back the things which had been taken out of it. After their departure, he followed them in his canoe with a midshipman's cap and some other trifling articles of the plunder, and with much apparent concern at what had happened asked if the Orono would kill him and whether he would permit him to come on board the next day. On being assured that he should be well received, he joined noses, as their custom is, with the officers in token of friendship, and paddled over to the village of Karakakooa. When Captain Cook was informed of what had passed, he expressed much uneasiness at it, and as we were returning on board, "I'm afraid," said he, "that these people will oblige me to use some violent measures, for," he added, "they must not be left to imagine that they have gained an advantage over us." However, as it was too late to take any steps this evening, he contented himself with giving orders that every man and woman on board should be immediately turned out of the ship. As soon as this order was executed, I returned on shore, and our former confidence in the natives being now much abated by the events of the day, I posted a double guard on the Mowee, with orders to call me if they saw any men lurking about the beach. At about 11 o'clock, 5 islanders were observed creeping round the bottom of the Mowee. They seemed very cautious in approaching us, and at last, finding themselves discovered, retired out of sight. About midnight, one of them venturing up close to the observatory, the sentinel fired over him, on which the men fled, and we passed the remainder of the night without farther disturbance. Next morning, at daylight, I went on board the Resolution for the timekeeper, and, in my way, was hailed by the Discovery, and informed that their cutter had been stolen during the night from the buoy where it was moored. When I arrived on board, I found the Marines arming, and Captain Cook loading his double-barrelled gun. Whilst I was relating to him what had happened to us in the night, he interrupted me with some eagerness, and acquainted me with the loss of the Discovery's cutter and with the preparations he was making for its recovery. It had been his usual practice, whenever anything of consequence was lost at any of the islands in this ocean, to get the king or some of the principal heiries on board and to keep them as hostages till it was restored. This method, which had been always attended with success, he meant to pursue on the present occasion, and at the same time had given orders to stop all the canoes that should attempt to leave the bay, with an intention of seizing and destroying them if he could not recover the cutter by peaceable means. Accordingly, the boats of both ships, well manned and armed, were stationed across the bay, and, before I left the ship, some great guns had been fired at 2 large canoes that were attempting to make their escape. It was between 7 and 8 o'clock when we quitted the ship together, Captain Cook in the pinnace, having Mr. Phillips and 9 Marines with him, and myself in the small boat. The last orders I received from him were to quiet the minds of the natives on our side of the bay by assuring them they should not be hurt, to keep my people together, and to be on my guard. We then parted. The captain went toward Karakakooa, where the king resided, and I proceeded to the beach. My first care, on going ashore, was to give strict orders to the Marines to remain within the tent, to load their pieces with ball, and not to quit their arms. Afterward, I took a walk to the huts of old Kau and the priests and explained to them, as well as I could, the object of the hostile preparations, which had exceedingly alarmed them. I found that they had already heard of the cutters being stolen, and I assured them that though Captain Cook was resolved to recover it and to punish the authors of the theft, yet that they and the people of the village on our side need not be under the smallest apprehension of suffering any evil from us. I desired the priests to explain this to the people and to tell them not to be alarmed, but to continue peaceable and quiet. Kau asked me, with great earnestness, if Teriobu was to be hurt. I assured him he was not, and both he and the rest of his brethren seemed much satisfied with this assurance. In the meantime, Captain Cook, having called off the launch which was stationed at the north point of the bay, and taken it along with him, proceeded to Koroa, and landed with the lieutenant and 9 marines. He immediately marched into the village, where he was received with the usual marks of respect, the people prostrating themselves before him, and bringing their accustomed offerings of small hogs. Finding that there was no suspicion of his design, his next step was to inquire for Teriobu and the 2 boys, his sons, who had been his constant guests on board the Resolution. In a short time, the boys returned along with the natives, who had been sent in search of them, and immediately led Captain Cook to the house where the king had slept. They found the old man just awoke from sleep, and after a short conversation about the loss of the cutter, from which Captain Cook was convinced that he was in no wise privy to it, he invited him to return in the boat and spend the day on board the Resolution. To this proposal, the king readily consented, and immediately got up to accompany him. Things were in this prosperous train, the 2 boys being already in the pinnace, and the rest of the party having advanced near the waterside, when an elderly woman called Karakakooa, the mother of the boys, and one of the king's favourite wives, came after him, and with many tears and entreaties besought him not to go on board. At the same time, 2 chiefs, who came along with her, laid hold of him, and insisting that he should go no farther, forced him to sit down. The natives, who were collecting in prodigious numbers along the shore, and had probably been alarmed by the firing of the great guns and the appearances of hostility in the bay, began to throng round Captain Cook and their king. In this situation, the lieutenant of marines, observing that his men were huddled close together in the crowd, and thus incapable of using their arms, if any occasion should require it, proposed to the captain to draw them up along the rocks, close to the water's edge. And the crowd readily making way for them to pass, they were drawn up in a line at the distance of about 30 yards from the place where the king was sitting. All this time, the old king remained on the ground with the strongest marks of terror and dejection in his countenance. Captain Cook, not willing to abandon the object for which he had come on shore, continuing to urge him in the most pressing manner to proceed. Whilst on the other band, whenever the king appeared inclined to follow him, the chiefs, who stood round him, interposed, at first with prayers and entreaties, but afterward, having recourse to force and violence, and insisted on his staying where he was. Captain Cook, therefore, finding that the alarm had spread too generally, and that it was in vain to think any longer of getting him off without bloodshed, at last gave up the point. Observing to Mr. Phillips that it would be impossible to compel him to go on board without the risk of killing a great number of the inhabitants. Though the enterprise, which had carried Captain Cook on shore, had now failed and was abandoned, yet his person did not appear to have been in the least danger till an accident happened, which gave a fatal turn to the affair. The boats, which had been stationed across the bay, having fired at some canoes that were attempting to get out, unfortunately had killed a chief of the first rank. The news of his death arrived at the village where Captain Cook was, just as he had left the king, and was walking slowly toward the shore. The ferment it occasioned was very conspicuous. The women and children were immediately sent off, and the men put on their war mats and armed themselves with spears and stones. One of the natives, having in his hands a stone and a long iron spike, which they call a pahua, came up to the captain, flourishing his weapon by way of defiance and threatening to throw the stone. The captain desired him to desist, but the man persisting in his insolence, he was at length provoked to fire a load of small shot. The man having his mat on, which the shot were not able to penetrate, this had no other effect than to irritate and encourage them. Several stones were thrown at the Marines, and one of the Aries attempted to stab Mr. Phillips with his pahua, but failed in the attempt and received from him a blow with the butt end of his musket. Captain Cook now fired his second barrel, loaded with ball, and killed one of the foremost of the natives. A general attack with stones immediately followed, which was answered by a discharge of musketry from the Marines and the people in the boats. The islanders, contrary to the expectations of everyone, stood the fire with great firmness, and before the Marines had time to reload, they broke in upon them with dreadful shouts and yells. What followed was a scene of the utmost horror and confusion. 4 of the Marines were cut off amongst the rocks in their retreat, and fell a sacrifice to the fury of the enemy. 3 more were dangerously wounded, and the lieutenant, who had received a stab between the shoulders with a pahua, having fortunately reserved his fire, shot the man who had wounded him just as he was going to repeat his blow. Our unfortunate commander, the last time he was seen distinctly, was standing at the water's edge and calling out to the boats to cease firing and to pull in. If it be true, as some of those who were present have imagined, that the Marines and boatmen had fired without his orders, and that he was desirous of preventing any further bloodshed, it is not improbable that his humanity on this occasion proved fatal to him. For it was remarked that whilst he faced the natives, none of them had offered him any violence, but that having turned about to give his orders to the boats, he was stabbed in the back and fell with his face into the water. On seeing him fall, the islanders set up a great shout, and his body was immediately dragged on shore and surrounded by the enemy, who, snatching the dagger out of each other's hands, showed a savage eagerness to have a share in his destruction. Thus fell our great and excellent commander. After a life of so much distinguished and successful enterprise, his death, as far as regards himself, cannot be reckoned premature, since he lived to finish the great work for which he seems to have been designed, and was rather removed from the enjoyment than cut off from the acquisition of glory. How sincerely his loss was felt and lamented by those who had so long found their general security in his skill and conduct, and every consolation under their hardships in his tenderness and humanity, it is neither necessary nor possible for me to describe. Much less shall I attempt to paint the horror with which we were struck, and the universal dejection and dismay which followed so dreadful and unexpected a calamity. The reader will not be displeased to turn from so sad a scene to the contemplation of his character and virtues, whilst I am paying my last tribute to the memory of a dear and honoured friend, in a short history of his life and public services. Captain James Cook was born near Whitby in Yorkshire in the year 1727, and, at an early age, was put apprentice to a shopkeeper in a neighbouring village. His natural inclination not having been consulted on this occasion, he soon quitted the counter from disgust and bound himself for 9 years to the master of a vessel in the coal trade. At the breaking out of the war in 1755, he entered into the King's service on board the Eagle, at that time commanded by Captain Hamer and afterward by Sir Hugh Palliser, who soon discovered his merit and introduced him on the quarter-deck. In the year 1758, we find him master of the Northumberland, the flagship of Lord Colville, who had then the command of the squadron stationed on the coast of America. It was here, as I have often heard him say, that during a hard winter he first read Euclid and applied himself to the study of mathematics and astronomy without any other assistance than what a few books and his own industry afforded him. At the same time that he thus found means to cultivate and improve his mind and to supply the deficiencies of an early education, he was engaged in most of the busy and active scenes of the war in America. At the Siege of Quebec, Sir Charles Saunders committed to his charge the execution of services of the first importance in the naval department. He piloted the boats to the attack of Montmorency, conducted the embarkation to the Heights of Abraham, examined the passage, and laid buoys for the security of the large ships in proceeding up the river. The courage and address with which he acquitted himself in these services gained him the warm friendship of Sir Charles Saunders and Lord Colville, who continued to patronize him, during the rest of their lives with the greatest zeal and affection. At the conclusion of the war, he was appointed, through the recommendation of Lord Colville and Sir Hugh Palliser, to survey the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the coasts of Newfoundland. In this employment he continued till the year 1767, when he was fixed on by Sir Edward Hawke to command an expedition to the South Seas for the purpose of observing the transit of Venus and prosecuting discoveries in that part of the globe. From this period, as his services are too well known to require a recital here, so his reputation has proportionably advanced to a height too great to be affected by my panegyric. Indeed, he appears to have been most eminently and peculiarly qualified for this species of enterprise. The earliest habits of his life, the course of his services, and the constant application of his mind, all conspired to fit him for it, and gave him a degree of professional knowledge, which can fall to the lot of very few. The constitution of his body was robust, inured to labour, and capable of undergoing the severest hardships. His stomach bore, without difficulty, the coarsest and most ungrateful food. Indeed, temperance in him was scarcely a virtue. So great was the indifference with which he submitted to every kind of self-denial. The qualities of his mind were of the same hardy, vigorous kind with those of his body. His understanding was strong and perspicacious. His judgment, in whatever related to the services he was engaged in, quick and sure. His designs were bold and manly, and both in the conception and in the mode of execution bore evident marks of a great original genius. His courage was cool and determined, and accompanied with an admirable presence of mind in the moment of danger. His manners were plain and unaffected. His temper might perhaps have been justly blamed as subject to hastiness and passion, had not these been disarmed by a disposition the most benevolent and humane. Such were the outlines of Captain Cook's character, but its most distinguishing feature was that unremitting perseverance in the pursuit of his object, which was not only superior to the opposition of dangers and the pressure of hardships, but even exempt from the want of ordinary relaxation. During the long and tedious voyages in which he was engaged, his eagerness and activity were never in the least abated. No incidental temptation could detain him for a moment. Even those intervals of recreation, which sometimes unavoidably occurred, and were looked for by us with a longing that persons who have experienced the fatigues of service will readily excuse, were submitted to by him with a certain impatience whenever they could not be employed in making further provision for the more effectual prosecution of his designs. It is not necessary here to enumerate the instances in which these qualities were displayed during the great and important enterprises in which he was engaged. I shall content myself with stating the result of those services under the two principal heads to which they may be referred, those of geography and navigation, placing each in a separate and distinct point of view. Perhaps no science ever received greater additions from the labours of a single man than geography has done from those of Captain Cook. In his first voyage to the South Seas, he discovered the Society Islands, determined the insularity of New Zealand, discovered the straits which separate the two islands and are called after his name, and made a complete survey of both. He afterward explored the eastern coast of New Holland, hitherto unknown, an extent of 27 degrees of latitude, or upward of 2,000 miles. In his second expedition, he resolved the great problem of a southern continent. Having traversed that hemisphere between the latitudes of 40 degrees and 70 degrees in such a manner as not to leave a possibility of its existence unless near the pole and out of the reach of navigation. During this voyage, he discovered New Caledonia, the largest island in the southern Pacific, except New Zealand, the island of Georgia, and an unknown coast which he named Sandwich Land, the Thule of the southern hemisphere. And having twice visited the tropical seas, he settled the situations of the old and made several new discoveries. But the voyage we are now relating is distinguished, above all the rest, by the extent and importance of its discoveries. Besides several smaller islands in the southern Pacific, he discovered, to the north of the equinoctial line, the group called the Sandwich Islands, which, from their situation and productions, bid fairer for becoming an object of consequence in the system of European navigation than any other discovery in the South Sea. He afterward explored what had hitherto remained unknown of the western coast of America, from the latitude of 43 degrees to 70 degrees north, containing an extent of 3,500 miles, ascertained the proximity of the two great continents of Asia and America, passed the straits between them, and surveyed the coast on each side to such a height of northern latitude as to demonstrate the impracticability of a passage in that hemisphere from the Atlantic into the Pacific Ocean, either by an eastern or a western course. In short, if we accept the Sea of Amur and the Japanese archipelago, which still remain imperfectly known to Europeans, he has completed the hydrography of the habitable globe. As a navigator, his services were not perhaps less splendid, certainly not less important and meritorious. The method which he discovered, and so successfully pursued, of preserving the health of seamen, forms a new era in navigation, and will transmit his name to future ages amongst the friends and benefactors of mankind. Those who are conversant in naval history need not be told at how dear a rate the advantages which have been sought through the medium of long voyages at sea, have always been purchased. That dreadful disorder which is peculiar to this service, and whose ravages have marked the tracks of discoverers with circumstances almost too shocking to relate, must, without exercising an unwarrantable tyranny over the lives of our seamen, have proved an insuperable obstacle to the prosecution of such enterprises. It was reserved for Captain Cook to show the world, by repeated trials, that voyages might be protracted to the unusual length of 3 or even 4 years in unknown regions and under every change and rigour of climate, not only without affecting the health, but even without diminishing the probability of life in the smallest degree. The method he pursued has been fully explained by himself in a paper which was read before the Royal Society in the year 1776 *, and whatever improvements the experience of the present voyage has suggested are mentioned in their proper places. With respect to his professional abilities, I shall leave them to the judgment of those who are best acquainted with the nature of the services in which he was engaged. They will readily acknowledge that to have conducted 3 expeditions of so much danger and difficulty, of so unusual a length, and in such a variety of situation, with uniform and invariable success, must have required not only a thorough and accurate knowledge of his business, but a powerful and comprehensive genius, fruitful in resources, and equally ready in the application of whatever the higher and inferior calls of the service required. Having given the most faithful account I have been able to collect, both from my own observation and the relations of others, of the death of my ever-honoured friend, and also of his character and services, I shall now leave his memory to the gratitude and admiration of posterity, accepting, with a melancholy satisfaction, the honour which the loss of him hath procured me, of seeing my name joined with his, and of testifying that affection and respect for his memory which, whilst he lived, it was no less my inclination than my constant study to show him. The Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 3, Captain King's Journal of the Transactions on Return to the Sandwich Islands, Chapter 4. Transactions at Owhyhee, subsequent to the death of Captain Cook. Gallant behaviour of the Lieutenant of Marines. Dangerous situation of the party at the Mowee. Bravery of one of the natives. Consultation respecting future measures. Demand of the body of Captain Cook. Evasive and insidious conduct of Koa and the chiefs. Insolent behaviour of the natives. Promotion of officers. Arrival of 2 priests with part of the body. Extraordinary behaviour of 2 boys. Burning of the village of Karakakooa. Unfortunate destruction of the dwellings of the priests. Recovery of the bones of Captain Cook. Departure from Karakakooa Bay. It has been already related that 4 of the Marines who attended Captain Cook were killed by the islanders on the spot. The rest, with Mr. Phillips, their lieutenant, threw themselves into the water and escaped under cover of a smart fire from the boats. On this occasion, a remarkable instance of gallant behaviour and of affection for his men was shown by that officer. For he had scarcely got into the boat when, seeing one of the Marines, who was a bad swimmer, struggling in the water and in danger of being taken by the enemy, he immediately jumped into the sea to his assistance, though much wounded himself. And after receiving a blow on the head from a stone which had nearly sent him to the bottom, he caught the man by the hair and brought him safe off. Our people continued for some time to keep up a constant fire from the boats, which during the whole transaction were not more than 20 yards from the land, in order to afford their unfortunate companions, if any of them should still remain alive, an opportunity of escaping. These efforts, seconded by a few guns that were fired at the same time from the Resolution, having forced the natives at last to retire, a small boat, manned by 5 of our young midshipmen, pulled toward the shore, where they saw the bodies, without any signs of life, lying on the ground. But judging it dangerous to attempt to bring them off with so small a force, and their ammunition being nearly expended, they returned to the ships, leaving them in possession of the islanders, together with 10 islands of arms. As soon as the general consternation, which the news of this calamity occasioned throughout both crews, had a little subsided, their attention was called to our party at the Mowee, where the mast and sails were on shore, with a guard of only 6 Marines. It is impossible for me to describe the emotions of my own mind during the time these transactions had been carrying on at the other side of the bay. Being at the distance only of a short mile from the village of Karakakooa, we could see distinctly an immense crowd collected on the spot where Captain Cook had just before landed. We heard the firing of the musquerie and could perceive some extraordinary bustle and agitation in the multitude. We afterwards saw the natives flying, the boats retire from the shore and passing and repassing in great stillness between the ships. I must confess that my heart soon misgave me. Where a life so dear and valuable was concerned, it was impossible not to be alarmed by appearances both new and threatening. But besides this, I knew that a long and uninterrupted course of success in his transactions with the natives of these seas had given the captain a degree of confidence that I was always fearful might, at some unlucky moment, put him too much off his guard. And I now saw all the dangers to which that confidence might lead, without receiving much consolation from considering the experience that had given rise to it. My first care, on hearing the muskets fired, was to assure the people, who were assembled in considerable numbers, round the wall of our consecrated field, and seemed equally at a loss with ourselves how to account for what they had seen and heard, that they should not be molested. And that, at all events, I was desirous of continuing on peaceable terms with them. We remained in this posture till the boats had returned on board, when Captain Clark, observing through his telescope that we were surrounded by the natives, and apprehending they meant to attack us, ordered 2 4-pounders to be fired at them. Fortunately, these guns, though well aimed, did no mischief, and yet gave the natives a convincing proof of their power. One of the balls broke a cocoa-nut tree in the middle, under which a party of them were sitting, and the other shivered a rock that stood in an exact line with them. As I had just before given them the strongest assurances of their safety, I was exceedingly mortified at this act of hostility, and to prevent a repetition of it, immediately dispatched a boat to acquaint Captain Clark that at present I was on the most friendly terms with the natives, and that, if occasion should hereafter arise for altering my conduct toward them, I would hoist a jack as a signal for him to afford us all the assistance in his power. We expected the return of the boat with the utmost impatience, and after remaining a quarter of an hour, under the most torturing anxiety and suspense, our fears were at length confirmed by the arrival of Mr. Bligh, with orders to strike the tents as quickly as possible and to send the sails that were repairing on board. Just at the same moment, Our friend Karakakooa, having also received intelligence of the death of Captain Cook from a native who had arrived from the other side of the bay, came to me with great sorrow and dejection in his countenance to inquire if it was true. Our situation was, at this time, extremely critical and important. Not only our own lives, but the event of the expedition and the return of at least one of the ships being involved in the same common danger. We had the mast of the Resolution and the greatest part of our sails on shore under the protection of only 6 Marines. Their loss would have been irreparable. And though the natives had not as yet shown the smallest disposition to molest us, yet it was impossible to answer for the alteration which the news of the transaction at Karakakooa might produce. I therefore thought it prudent to dissemble my belief of the death of Captain Cook, and to desire Karakakooa to discourage the report, lest either the fear of our resentment or the successful example of their countrymen might lead them to seize the favourable opportunity which at this time offered itself of giving us a second blow. At the same time, I advised him to bring old Kau and the rest of the priests into a large house that was close to the Mowee, partly out of regard to their safety, in case it should have been found necessary to proceed to extremities, and partly to have him near us in order to make use of his authority with the people, if it could be instrumental in preserving peace. Having placed the Marines on the top of the Mowee, which formed a strong and advantageous post, and left the command with Mr. Bligh, giving him the most positive directions to act entirely on the defensive, I went on board the Discovery in order to represent to Captain Clark the dangerous situation of our affairs. As soon as I quitted the spot, the natives began to annoy our people with stones, and I had scarcely reached the ship before I heard the firing of the Marines. I therefore returned instantly on shore, where I found things growing every moment more alarming. The natives were arming and putting on their mats, and their numbers increased very fast. I could also perceive several large bodies marching toward us along the cliff which separates the village of Karakakooa from the north side of the bay, where the village of Karakakooa is situated. They began, at first, to attack us with stones from behind the walls of their enclosures, and finding no resistance on our part, they soon grew more daring. A few resolute fellows, having crept along the beach under cover of the rocks, suddenly made their appearance at the foot of the Mowee, with a design, as it seemed, of storming it on the side next the sea, which was its only accessible part, and were not dislodged till after they had stood a considerable number of shot and seen one of their party fall. The bravery of one of these assailants well deserves to be particularly mentioned, for having returned to carry off his companion amidst the fire of our whole party, a wound, which he received, made him quit the body and retire. But in a few minutes he again appeared, and being again wounded, he was obliged a second time to retreat. At this moment I arrived at the Mowee, and saw him return the third time, bleeding and faint, and being informed of what had happened, I forbade the soldiers to fire, and he was suffered to carry off his friend, which he was just able to perform, and then fell down himself and expired. About this time, a strong reinforcement from both ships having landed, the natives retreated behind their walls, which giving me access to our friendly priests, I sent one of them to endeavour to bring their countrymen to some terms, and to propose to them that if they would desist from throwing stones, I would not permit our men to fire. This truce was agreed to, and we were suffered to launch the mast and carry off the sails, and our astronomical apparatus unmolested. As soon as we had quitted the Mowee, they took possession of it, and some of them threw a few stones, but without doing us any mischief. It was 1/2 hour past 11 o'clock when I got on board the Discovery, where I found no decisive plan had been adopted for our future proceedings. The restitution of the boat and the recovery of the body of Captain Cook were the objects which on all hands we agreed to insist on, and it was my opinion that some vigorous steps should be taken in case the demand of them was not immediately complied with. Though my feelings on the death of a beloved and honoured friend may be suspected to have had some share in this opinion, yet there were certainly other reasons, and those of the most serious kind, that had considerable weight with me. The confidence which their success in killing our chief and forcing us to quit the shore must naturally have inspired, and the advantage, however trifling, which they had obtained over us the preceding day would, I had no doubt, encourage them to make some further dangerous attempts, and the more especially as they had little reason, from what they had hitherto seen, to dread the effects of our firearms. Indeed, contrary to the expectations of everyone, this sort of weapon had produced no signs of terror in them. On our side, such was the condition of the ships and the state of discipline amongst us that had a vigorous attack been made on us. In the night, it would have been impossible to answer for the consequences. In these apprehensions, I was supported by the opinion of most of the officers on board, and nothing seemed to me so likely to encourage the natives to make the attempt as the appearance of our being inclined to an accommodation, which they could only attribute to weakness or fear. In favour of more conciliatory measures, it was justly urged that the mischief was done and irreparable, that the natives had a strong claim to our regard on account of their former friendship and kindness, and the more especially as the late melancholy accident did not appear to have arisen from any premeditated design. That, on the part of Terreeoboo, his ignorance of the theft, his readiness to accompany Captain Cook on board, and his having actually sent his 2 sons into the boat, must free him from the smallest degree of suspicion. That the conduct of his women and the Errays might easily be accounted for from the apprehensions occasioned by the armed force with which Captain Cook came on shore and the hostile preparations in the bay. Appearances so different from the terms of friendship and confidence in which both parties had hitherto lived, that the arming of the natives was evidently with a design to resist the attempt, which they had some reason to imagine would be made, to carry off their king by force, and was naturally to be expected from a people full of affection and attachment to their chiefs. To these motives of humanity, others of a prudential nature were added, that we were in want of water and other refreshments, that our foremast would require 6 or 8 days' work before it could be stepped, that the spring was advancing apace, and that the speedy prosecution of our next northern expedition ought now to be our sole object, that therefore to engage in a vindictive contest with the inhabitants might not only lay us under the imputation of unnecessary cruelty, but would occasion an unavoidable delay in the equipment of the ships. In this latter opinion, Captain Clark concurred, and though I was convinced that an early display of vigorous resentment would more effectually have answered every object, both of prudence and humanity, I was not sorry that the measures I had recommended were rejected. For though the contemptuous behaviour of the natives, and their subsequent opposition to our necessary operations on shore, arising, I have no doubt, from a misconstruction of our lenity, compelled us at last to have recourse to violence in our own defence. Yet I am not so sure that the circumstances of the case would, in the opinion of the world, have justified the use of force on our part in the first instance. Cautionary rigour is at all times invidious, and has this additional objection to it, that the severity of a preventive course, when it best succeeds, leaves its expediency the least apparent. During the time we were thus engaged, in concerting some plan for our future conduct, a prodigious concourse of natives still kept possession of the shore, and some of them came off in canoes and had the boldness to approach within pistol shot of the ships and to insult us by various marks of contempt and defiance. It was with great difficulty we could restrain the sailors from the use of their arms on these occasions. But as pacific measures had been resolved on, the canoes were suffered to return unmolested. In pursuance of this plan, it was determined that I should proceed toward the shore, with the boats of both ships well manned and armed, with a view to bring the natives to a parley, and, if possible, to obtain a conference with some of the chiefs. If this attempt succeeded, I was to demand the dead bodies, and particularly that of Captain Cook, to threaten them with our vengeance in case of a refusal, but by no means to fire unless attacked, and not to land on any account whatever. These orders were delivered to me before the whole party, and in the most positive manner. I left the ships about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and as we approached the shore, I perceived every indication of a hostile reception. The whole crowd of natives was in motion, the women and children retiring, the men putting on their war mats and arming themselves with long spears and daggers. We also observed that, since the morning, they had thrown up done breadworks along the beach where Captain Cook had landed, probably in expectation of an attack at that place. And as soon as we were within reach, they began to throw stones at us with slings, but without doing any mischief. Concluding, therefore, that all attempts to bring them to a parley would be in vain, unless I first gave them some ground for mutual confidence. I ordered the armed boats to stop, and went on in the small boat alone, with a white flag in my hand, which, by a general cry of joy from the natives, I had the satisfaction to find was instantly understood. The women immediately returned from the side of the hill, whither they had retired. The men threw off their mats, and all sat down together by the waterside, extending their arms and inviting me to come on shore. Though this behaviour was very expressive of a friendly disposition, yet I could not help entertaining some suspicions of its sincerity. But when I saw Koa, with a boldness and assurance altogether unaccountable, swimming off toward the boat with a white flag in his hand, I thought it necessary to return this mark of confidence, and therefore received him into the boat, though armed, a circumstance which did not tend to lessen my suspicions. I must confess, I had long harboured an unfavourable opinion of this man. The priests had always told us that he was of a malicious disposition, and no friend of ours, and the repeated detections of his fraud and treachery had convinced us of the truth of their representations. Add to all this the shocking transaction of the morning, in which he was seen acting a principal part, made me feel the utmost horror at finding myself so near him, and as he came up to me with feigned tears and embraced me. I was so distrustful of his intentions that I could not help taking hold of the point of the pahua which he held in his hand and turning it from me. I told him that I had come to demand the body of Captain Cook and to declare war against them unless it was instantly restored. He assured me this should be done as soon as possible and that he would go himself for that purpose. And after begging of me a piece of iron with much assurance, as if nothing extraordinary had happened, he leapt into the sea and swam ashore, calling out to his countrymen that we were all friends again. We waited near an hour with great anxiety for his return, during which time the rest of the boats had approached so near the shore as to enter into conversation with a party of the natives at some distance from us, by whom they were plainly given to understand that the body had been cut to pieces and carried up the country. But of this circumstance I was not informed till our return to the ships. I began now to express some impatience at Koa's delay, upon which the chiefs pressed me exceedingly to come on shore, assuring me that if I would go myself to Teriobu, the body would certainly be restored to me. When they found they could not prevail on me to land, they attempted, under a pretence of wishing to converse with more ease, to decoy our boat among some rocks, where they would have had it in their power to cut us off from the rest. It was no difficult matter to see through these artifices, and I was, therefore, strongly inclined to break off all further communication with them, when a chief came to us, who was the particular friend of Captain Clark and of the officers of the Discovery, on board which ship he had sailed when we last left the bay, intending to take his passage to Mowee. He told us he came from Teriobu to acquaint us that the body was carried up the country, but that it should be brought to us the next morning. There appeared a great deal of sincerity in his manner, and being asked if he told a falsehood, he hooked his 2 forefingers together, which is understood amongst these islanders as the sign of truth, in the use of which they are very scrupulous. As I was now at a loss in what manner to proceed, I sent Mr. Vancouver to acquaint Captain Clark with all that had passed. That my opinion was they meant not to keep their word with us, and were so far from being sorry at what had happened that, on the contrary, they were full of spirits and confidence on account of their late success, and sought only to gain time till they could contrive some scheme for getting us into their power. Mr. Vancouver came back with orders for me to return on board, having first given the natives to understand that if the body was not brought the next morning, the town should be destroyed. When they saw that we were going off, they endeavoured to provoke us by the most insulting and contemptuous gestures. Some of our people said they could distinguish several of the natives parading about in the clothes of our unfortunate comrades, and among them a chief brandishing Captain Cook's hanger and a woman holding the scabbard. Indeed, there can be no doubt, but that our behaviour had given them a mean opinion of our courage, for they could have but little notion of the motives of humanity that directed it. In consequence of the report I made to Captain Clark of what I conceived to be the present temper and disposition of the islanders, the most effectual measures were taken to guard against any attack they might make in the night. The boats were moored with top chains, additional sentinels were posted on both ships, and guard boats were stationed to row round them in order to prevent the natives from cutting the cables. During the night we observed a prodigious number of lights on the hills, which made some of us imagine they were removing their effects back into the country in consequence of our threats. But I rather believe them to have been the sacrifices that were performing on account of the war in which they imagined themselves about to be engaged. And most probably the bodies of our slain countrymen were, at that time, burning. We afterwards saw fires of the same kind as we passed the island of Moratoi, and which, we were told by some natives then on board, were made on account of the war they had declared against a neighbouring island. And this agrees with what we learned amongst the Friendly and Society Isles, that previous to any expedition against an enemy, the chiefs always endeavoured to animate and inflame the courage of the people by feasts and rejoicings in the night. We remained the whole night undisturbed, except by the howlings and lamentations which were heard on shore, and early the next morning Koa came alongside the Resolution with a present of cloth and a small pig, which he desired leave to present to me. I have mentioned before that I was supposed, by the natives, to be the son of Captain Cook, and as he, in his lifetime, had always suffered them to believe it, I was probably considered as the chief after his death. As soon as I came on deck, I questioned him about the body, and on his returning me nothing but evasive answers, I refused to accept his presence, and was going to dismiss him, with some expressions of anger and resentment, had not Captain Clark, judging it best, at all events, to keep up the appearance of friendship, thought it more proper that he should be treated with the usual respect. This treacherous fellow came frequently to us during the course of the forenoon with some trifling present or other, and as I always observed him eyeing every part of the ship with great attention, I took care he should see we were well prepared for our defence. He was exceedingly urgent, both with Captain Clark and myself, to go on shore, laying all the blame of the detention of the bodies on the other chiefs, and assuring us that everything might be settled to our satisfaction by a personal interview with Teriobu. However, his conduct was too suspicious to make it prudent to comply with this request, and indeed a fact came afterward to our knowledge which proved the entire falsehood of his pretensions, for we were told that, immediately after the action in which Captain Cook was killed, the old king had retired to a cave in the steep part of the mountain that hangs over the bay, which was accessible only by the help of ropes, and where he remained for many days, having his victuals let down to him by cords. When Koa returned from the ships, we could perceive that his countrymen, who had been collected by break of day in vast crowds on the shore, thronged about him with great eagerness, as if to learn the intelligence he had acquired and what was to be done in consequence of it. It is very probable that they expected we should attempt to put our threats in execution, and they seemed fully resolved to stand their ground. During the whole morning we heard conchs blowing in different parts of the coast. Large parties were seen marching over the hills, and in short, appearances were so alarming that we carried out a stream anchor to enable us to haul the ship abreast of the town in case of an attack, and stationed boats off the north point of the bay to prevent a surprise from that quarter. The breach of their engagement to restore the bodies of the slain and the warlike posture in which they at this time appeared occasioned fresh debates amongst us concerning the measures next to be pursued. It was at last determined that nothing should be suffered to interfere with the repair of the mast and the preparations for our departure, but that we should, nevertheless, continue our negotiations for the recovery of the bodies. The greatest part of the day was taken up in getting the foremast into a proper situation on deck for the carpenters to work upon it, and in making the necessary alterations in the commissions of the officers. The command of the expedition having devolved on Captain Clark, he removed on board the Resolution, appointed Lieutenant Gore to be captain of the Discovery, and promoted Mr. Harvey, a midshipman, who had been with Captain Cook in his 2 last voyages, to the vacant lieutenancy. During the whole day, we met with no interruption from the natives, and at night the launch was again moored with a top chain, and guard boats stationed round both ships as before. About 8 o'clock, it being very dark, a canoe was heard paddling toward the ship, and as soon as it was seen, both the sentinels on deck fired into it. There were 2 persons in the canoe, and they immediately roared out, "Tinny," which was the way in which they pronounced my name, and said they were friends, and had something for me belonging to Captain Cook. When they came on board, they threw themselves at our feet, and appeared exceedingly frightened. Luckily, neither of them was hurt, notwithstanding the balls of both pieces had gone through the canoe. One of them was the person, whom I have before mentioned under the name of the Taboo Man, who constantly attended Captain Cook with the circumstances of ceremony I have already described, and who, though a man of rank in the island, could scarcely be hindered from performing for him the lowest offices of a menial servant. After lamenting with abundance of tears the loss of the Orono, he told us that he had brought us a part of his body. He then presented to us a small bundle wrapped up in cloth, which he brought under his arm, and it is impossible to describe the horror which seized us on finding in it a piece of human flesh about 9 or 10 pounds weight. This, he said, was all that remained of the body, that the rest was cut to pieces and burnt, but that the head and all the bones, except what belonged to the trunk, were in the possession of Tereobu and the other Aries, that what we saw had been allotted to Kau, the chief of the priests, to be made use of in some religious ceremony, and that he had sent it as a proof of his innocence and attachment to us. This afforded an opportunity of informing ourselves whether they were cannibals, and we did not neglect it. We first tried, by many indirect questions put to each of them apart, to learn in what manner the rest of the bodies had been disposed of, and finding them very constant in one story, that, after the flesh had been cut off, it was all burnt. We at last put the direct question whether they had not eat some of it. They immediately showed as much horror at the idea as any European would have done, and asked very naturally if that was the custom amongst us. They afterward asked us, with great earnestness and apparent apprehension, when the Orono would come again, and what he would do to them on his return. The same inquiry was frequently made afterward by others, and this idea agrees with the general tenor of their conduct toward him, which showed that they considered him as a being of a superior nature. We pressed our 2 friendly visitors to remain on board till morning, but in vain. They told us that if this transaction should come to the knowledge of the king or chiefs, it might be attended with the most fatal consequences to their whole society. In order to prevent which, they had been obliged to come off to us in the dark, and that the same precaution would be necessary in returning on shore. They informed us farther that the chiefs were eager to revenge the death of their countrymen, and particularly cautioned us against trusting Koa, who, they said, was our mortal and implacable enemy, and desired nothing more ardently than an opportunity of fighting us. To which the blowing of the conchs, we had heard in the morning, was meant as a challenge. We learned from these men that 17 of their countrymen were killed in the first action at Karakakooa, of whom 5 were chiefs, and that Kanina and his brother, our very particular friends, were unfortunately of that number. 8, they said, were killed at the observatory, 3 of whom were also of the first rank. About 11 o'clock, our 2 friends left us and took the precaution to desire that our guard boat might attend them till they had passed the discovery. Left, they should again be fired upon, which might alarm their countrymen on shore and expose them to the danger of being discovered. This request was complied with, and we had the satisfaction to find that they got safe and undiscovered to land. During the remainder of this night, we heard the same loud howling and lamentations as in the preceding one. Early in the morning, we received another visit from Koa. I must confess, I was a little piqued to find that, notwithstanding the most evident marks of treachery in his conduct and the positive testimony of our friends the priests, he should still be permitted to carry on the same farce and to make us at least appear to be the dupes of his hypocrisy. Indeed, our situation was become extremely awkward and unpromising, none of the purposes for which this pacific course of proceeding had been adopted having hitherto been in the least forwarded by it. No satisfactory answer whatever had been given to our demands. We did not seem to be at all advanced toward a reconciliation with the islanders. They still kept in force on the shore, as if determined to resist any attempts we might make to land. And yet the attempt was become absolutely necessary, as the completing our supply of water would not admit of any longer delay. However, it must be observed, in justice to the conduct of Captain Clark, that it was very probable, from the great numbers of the natives, and from the resolution with which they seemed to expect us, an attack could not have been made without some danger, and that the loss of a very few men might have been severely felt by us during the remaining course of our voyage. Whereas the delaying the execution of our threats, though, on the one hand, it lessened their opinion of our prowess, had the effect of causing them to disperse, on the other. For this day, about noon, finding us persist in our inactivity, great bodies of them, after blowing their conchs and using every mode of defiance, marched off over the hills and never appeared afterward. Those, however, who remained were not the less daring and insolent. One man had the audacity to come within musket shot ahead of the ship, and after slinging several stones at us, he waved Captain Cook's hat over his head, whilst his countrymen on shore were exulting and encouraging his boldness. Our people were all in a flame at this insult, and coming in a body on the quarterdeck, begged they might no longer be obliged to put up with these repeated provocations, and requested me to obtain permission for them from Captain Clark to avail themselves of the first fair occasion of revenging the death of their commander. On my acquainting him with what was passing, he gave orders for some great guns to be fired at the natives on shore, and promised the crew that if they should meet with any molestation at the watering place, the next day they should then be left at liberty to chastise them. It is somewhat remarkable that before we could bring our guns to bear, the islanders had suspected our intentions from the stir they saw in the ship and had retired behind their houses and walls. We were therefore obliged to fire in some measure at random, notwithstanding which, our shot produced all the effects that could have been desired. For soon after, we saw Koa paddling toward us with extreme haste, and, on his arrival, we learned that some people had been killed, and amongst the rest, Owhyhee, a principal chief and a near relation of the king *. Soon after the arrival of Koa, 2 boys swam off from the Mowee toward the ships, having each a long spear in his hand, and after they had approached pretty near, they began to chant a song in a very solemn manner, the subject of which, from their often mentioning the word Orono, and pointing to the village where Captain Cook was killed, we concluded to be the late calamitous disaster. Having sung in a plaintive strain for about 12 or 15 minutes, during the whole of which time they remained in the water, they went on board the Discovery and delivered their spears, and, after making a short stay, returned on shore. Who sent them, or what was the object of this ceremony, we were never able to learn. At night, the usual precautions were taken for the security of the ships, and as soon as it was dark, our 2 friends who had visited us the night before came off again. They assured us that though the effects of our great guns this afternoon had terrified the chiefs exceedingly, they had by no means laid aside their hostile intentions and advised us to be on our guard. The next morning, the boats of both ships were sent ashore for water, and the Discovery was warped close to the beach in order to cover that service. We soon found that the intelligence which the priests had sent us was not without foundation, and that the natives were resolved to take every opportunity of annoying us when it could be done without much risk. Throughout all this group of islands, the villages, for the most part, are situated near the sea, and the adjacent ground is enclosed with stone walls about 3 feet high. These, we at first imagined, were intended for the division of property, but we now discovered that they served, and probably were principally designed, for a defense against invasion. They consist of loose stones, and the inhabitants are very dexterous in shifting them with great quickness to such situations as the direction of the attack may require. In the sides of the mountain, which hangs over the bay, they have also little holes or caves of considerable depth, the entrance of which is secured by a fence of the same kind. From behind both these defences, the natives kept perpetually harassing our waterers with stones, nor could the small force we had on shore, with the advantage of muskets, compel them to retreat. In this exposed situation, our people were so taken up in attending to their own safety that they employed the whole forenoon in filling only 1 ton of water. As it was therefore impossible to perform this service till their assailants were driven to a greater distance, the Discovery was ordered to dislodge them with her great guns, which being effected by a few discharges, the men landed without molestation. However, the natives soon after made their appearance again, in their usual mode of attack, and it was now found absolutely necessary to burn down some straggling houses near the wall behind which they had taken shelter. In executing these orders, I am sorry to add that our people were hurried into acts of unnecessary cruelty and devastation. Something ought certainly to be allowed to their resentment of the repeated insults and contemptuous behaviour of the islanders, and to the natural desire of revenging the loss of their commander. But at the same time, their conduct served strongly to convince me that the utmost precaution is necessary in trusting, though but for a moment, the discretionary use of arms in the hands of private seamen or soldiers on such occasions. The rigour of discipline and the habits of obedience by which their force is kept directed to its proper objects lead them naturally enough to conceive that whatever they have the power, they have also the right to do. Actual disobedience being almost the only crime for which they are accustomed to expect punishment, they learn to consider it as the only measure of right and wrong, and hence are apt to conclude that what they can do with impunity, they may do with justice and honour. So that the feelings of humanity, which are inseparable from us all, and that generosity toward an unresisting enemy, which at other times is the distinguishing mark of brave men, become but weak restraints to the exercise of violence, when opposed to the desire they naturally have of showing their own independence and power. I have already mentioned that orders had been given to burn only a few straggling huts which afforded shelter to the natives. We were therefore a good deal surprised to see the whole village on fire, and before a boat that was sent to stop the progress of the mischief could reach the shore, the houses of our old and constant friends, the priests, were all in flames. I cannot enough lament the illness that confined me on board this day. The priests had always been under my protection, and, unluckily, the officers who were then on duty, having been seldom on shore at the Mowee, were not much acquainted with the circumstances of the place. Had I been present myself, I might probably have been the means of saving their little society from destruction. Several of the natives were shot in making their escape from the flames, and our people cut off the heads of 2 of them and brought them on board. The fate of one poor islander was much lamented by us all. As he was coming to the well for water, he was shot at by one of the marines. The ball struck his calabash, which he immediately threw from him and fled. He was pursued into one of the caves I have before described, and no lion could have defended his den with greater courage and fierceness, till at last, after having kept 2 of our people at bay for a considerable time, he expired, covered with wounds. It was this accident that first brought us acquainted with the use of these caverns. At this time, an elderly man was taken prisoner, bound, and sent on board in the same boat with the heads of his 2 countrymen. I never saw horror so strongly pictured as in the face of this man, nor so violent a transition to extravagant joy as when he was untied and told he might go away in safety. He showed us he did not want gratitude, as he frequently afterward returned with presents of provisions, and also did us other services. Soon after the village was destroyed, we saw coming down the hill a man, attended by 15 or 20 boys, holding pieces of white cloth, green boughs, plantains, etc. in their hands. I knew not how it happened, that this peaceful embassy, as soon as they were within reach, received the fire of a party of our men. This, however, did not stop them. They continued their procession, and the officer on duty came up in time to prevent a second discharge. As they approached nearer, it was found to be our much-esteemed friend Karakakooa, who had fled on our first setting fire to the village, and had now returned and desired to be sent on board the Resolution. When he arrived, we found him exceedingly grave and thoughtful. We endeavoured to make him understand the necessity we were under of setting fire to the village, by which his house and those of his brethren were unintentionally consumed. He expostulated a little with us on our want of friendship and on our ingratitude. And indeed, it was not till now that we learnt the whole extent of the injury we had done them. He told us that, relying on the promises I had made them and on the assurances they had afterward received from the men who had brought us the remains of Captain Cook, they had not removed their effects back into the country with the rest of the inhabitants, but had put everything that was valuable of their own, as well as what they had collected from us, into a house close to the Mowee, where they had the mortification to see it all set on fire by ourselves. On coming on board, he had seen the heads of his countrymen lying on the deck, at which he was exceedingly shocked and desired with great earnestness that they might be thrown overboard. This request Captain Clark instantly ordered to be complied with. In the evening, the watering party returned on board, having met with no farther interruption. We passed a gloomy night, the cries and lamentations we heard on shore being far more dreadful than ever. Our only consolation was the hope that we should have no occasion in future for a repetition of such severities. It is very extraordinary that, amidst all these disturbances, the women of the island, who were on board, never offered to leave us, nor discovered the smallest apprehensions either for themselves or their friends ashore. So entirely unconcerned did they appear that some of them, who were on deck when the town was in flames, seemed to admire the sight, and frequently cried out that it was maitai, or very fine. The next morning Koa came off as usual to the ships. As there existed no longer any necessity for keeping terms with him, I was allowed to have my own way. When he approached toward the side of the ship, singing his song and offering me a hog and some plantains, I ordered him to keep off, cautioning him never to appear again without Captain Cook's bones, lest his life should pay the forfeit of his frequent breach of promise. He did not appear much mortified with this reception, but went immediately on shore and joined a party of his countrymen who were pelting the waterers with stones. The body of the young man, who had been killed the day before, was found this morning lying at the entrance of the cave, and some of our people went and threw a mat over it, soon after which they saw some men carrying him off on their shoulders and could hear them singing as they marched a mournful song. The natives, being at last convinced that it was not the want of ability to punish them, which had hitherto made us tolerate their provocations, desisted from giving us any farther molestation. And in the evening a chief called Eapo, who had seldom visited us, but whom we knew to be a man of the very first consequence, came with presents from Teriobu to sue for peace. These presents were received, and he was dismissed with the same answer which had before been given, that, until the remains of Captain Cook should be restored, no peace would be granted. We learned from this person that the flesh of all the bodies of our people, together with the bones of the trunks, had been burnt, that the limb bones of the Marines had been divided amongst the inferior chiefs, and that those of Captain Cook had been disposed of in the following manner: the head to a great chief called Kahu-Opion, the hair to Maya, and the legs, thighs and arms to Tereobu. After it was dark, many of the inhabitants came off with roots and other vegetables, and we also received 2 large presents of the same articles from Karakakooa. The 19th was chiefly taken up in sending and receiving the messages which passed between Captain Clark and Tereobu. Eapo was very pressing that one of our officers should go on shore, and, in the meantime, offered to remain as an hostage on board. This request, however, it was not thought proper to comply with, and he left us with a promise of bringing the bones the next day. At the beach, the waterers did not meet with the least opposition from the natives, who, notwithstanding our cautious behaviour, came amongst us again, without the smallest appearance of diffidence or apprehension. Early in the morning of the 20th, we had the satisfaction of getting the foremast stepped. It was an operation attended with great difficulty and some danger, our ropes being so exceedingly rotten that the purchase gave way several times. Between 10 and 11 o'clock, we saw a great number of people descending the hill, which is over the beach, in a kind of procession, each man carrying a sugar cane or 2 on his shoulders, and breadfruit, taro, and plantains in his hand. They were preceded by 2 drummers, who, when they came to the waterside, sat down by a white flag and began to beat their drums, while those who had followed them advanced one by one, and, having deposited the presents they had brought, retired in the same order. Soon after, Eapo came in sight, in his long feathered cloak, bearing something with great solemnity in his hands, and having placed himself on a rock, he made signs for a boat to be sent him. Captain Clark, conjecturing that he had brought the bones of Captain Cook, which proved to be the fact, went himself in the pinnace to receive them, and ordered me to attend him in the cutter. When we arrived at the beach, Eapo came into the pinnace and delivered to the captain the bones wrapped up in a large quantity of fine new cloth, and covered with a spotted cloak of black and white feathers. He afterward attended us to the Resolution, but could not be prevailed upon to go on board, probably not choosing, from a sense of decency, to be present at the opening of the bundle. We found in it both the hands of Captain Cook entire, which were well known from a remarkable scar on one of them, that divided the thumb from the forefinger, the whole length of the metacarpal bone, the skull, but with the scalp separated from it, and the bones that form the face wanting, the scalp with the hair upon it cut short, and the ears adhering to it, the bones of both arms, with the skin of the forearms hanging to them, the thigh and leg bones joined together, but without the feet. The ligaments of the joints were entire, and the whole bore evident marks of having been in the fire, except the hands, which had the flesh left upon them, and were cut in several places and crammed with salt, apparently with an intention of preserving them. The scalp had a cut in the back part of it, but the skull was free from any fracture. The lower jaw and feet, which were wanting, Eapo told us, had been seized by different chiefs, and that Tereobu was using every means to recover them. The next morning, Eapo and the king's son came on board and brought with them the remaining bones of Captain Cook, the barrels of his gun, his shoes, and some other trifles that belonged to him. Eapo took great pains to convince us that Tereobu, Mowee, and himself were most heartily desirous of peace, that they had given us the most convincing proof of it in their power, and that they had been prevented from giving it sooner by the other chiefs, many of whom were still our enemies. He lamented with the greatest sorrow the death of 6 chiefs we had killed, some of whom, he said, were amongst our best friends. The cutter, he told us, was taken away by Paria's people, very probably in revenge for the blow that had been given him and that it had been broken up the next day. The arms of the Marines, which we had also demanded, he assured us, had been carried off by the common people and were irrecoverable, the bones of the chief alone having been preserved, as belonging to Teriobu and the Aries. Nothing now remained but to perform the last offices to our great and unfortunate commander. Yapo was dismissed with orders to taboo all the bay, and, in the afternoon, the bones having been put into a coffin and the service read over them, they were committed to the deep with the usual military honours. What our feelings were on this occasion, I leave the world to conceive. Those who were present know that it is not in my power to express them. During the forenoon of the 22nd, not a canoe was seen paddling in the bay, the taboo, which Eapo had laid on it the day before, at our request, not being yet taken off. At length, Eapo came off to us. We assured him that we were now entirely satisfied, and that, as the Orono was buried, all remembrance of what had passed was buried with him. We afterward desired him to take off the taboo and to make it known that the people might bring their provisions as usual. The ships were soon surrounded with canoes, and many of the chiefs came on board, expressing great sorrow at what had happened and their satisfaction at our reconciliation. Several of our friends, who did not visit us, sent presents of large hogs and other provisions. Amongst the rest came the old treacherous Koa, but was refused admittance. As we had now everything ready for sea, Captain Clark, imagining that if the news of our proceedings should reach the islands to leeward before us, it might have a bad effect, gave orders to unmoor. About 8 in the evening we dismissed all the natives, and Eapo and the friendly Karakakooa took an affectionate leave of us. We immediately weighed and stood out of the bay. The natives were collected on the shore in great numbers, and as we passed along, received our last farewells with every mark of affection and goodwill. The Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 3. Captain King's Journal of the Transactions on Return to the Sandwich Islands. Chapter 5. Departure from Karakakooa in search of an harbour on the southeast side of Mowee, driven to leeward by the easterly winds and current, past the island of Tahuroa. Description of the southwest side of Mowee. Run along the coasts of Ranai and Morotoi to Oahu. Description of the northeast coast of Oahu. Unsuccessful attempt to water. Passage to Atui. Anchor in Wimoa Bay. Dangerous situation of the watering party on shore. Civil dissensions in the islands. Visit from the contending chiefs. Anchor off Owhyhee. Final departure from the Sandwich Islands. We got clear of the land about 10 and, hoisting in the boats, stood to the northward, with an intention of searching for an harbour on the southeast side of Mowee, which we had heard frequently mentioned by the natives. The next morning we found ourselves driven to leeward by a heavy swell from the northeast, and a fresh gale, springing up from the same quarter, carried us still farther to the westward. At midnight we tacked, and stood to the south for 4 hours in order to keep clear of the land, and at daybreak we found ourselves standing toward a small barren island called Tahuroa, which lies 7 or 8 miles to the southwest of Mowee. All prospect of examining more nearly the southeast parts of Mowee being now destroyed, we bore away and ran along the southeast side of Tahuroa. As we were steering close round its western extremity, with an intention of fetching the west side of Mowee, we suddenly shoaled our water and observed the sea breaking on some detached rocks almost right ahead. This obliged us to keep away 1.5 leagues when we again steered to the northward, and after passing over a bank with 19 fathoms water, stood for a passage between Mowee and an island called Ranai. At noon, the latitude was, by observation, 20 degrees 42 minutes north, and the longitude 203 degrees 22 minutes east, the southern extremity of Mowee bearing east-southeast, quarter east, the southern extremity of Ranai west-northwest, quarter west, Morotoy northwest and by north, and the western extremity of Tahuroa south by 7 miles distant. Our longitude was accurately deduced from observations made by the timekeeper before and after noon, compared with the longitude found by a great many distances of the moon from the sun and stars, which were also observed the same day. In the afternoon, the weather being calm, with light airs from the west, we stood on to the north-northwest. But at sunset, observing a shoal, which appeared to stretch to a considerable distance from the west point of Mowee toward the middle of the passage, and the weather being unsettled, we tacked and stood toward the south. The southwest side of this island, which we now had passed without being able to get near the shore, forms the same distant view with the northeast, as seen on our return from the north in November 1778. The mountainous parts, which are connected by a low, flat isthmus, appearing at first like 2 separate islands. This deception continued on the southwest side, till we approached within 8 or 10 leagues of the coast, which, bending inward to a great depth, formed a fine, capacious bay. The westernmost point, off which the shoal we have just mentioned runs, is made remarkable by a small hillock, to the southward of which there is a fine sandy bay with several huts on the shore and a number of cocoa-nut trees growing about them. During the course of the day, we were visited by several of the natives, who came off to sell provisions, and we soon found that they had heard of our late unfortunate transactions at Owhyhee. They were very curious to learn the particulars from a woman who had concealed herself on board the Resolution in order to take her passage to Atui, inquiring eagerly after Perea and some other chiefs, and appearing much shocked at the death of Kanina and his brother. We had, however, the satisfaction to find that in whatever light the woman might have represented this business, it had no bad effect on their behaviour, which was remarkably civil and submissive. The weather continued variable during the night, but in the morning of the 25th, having the wind at east, we ran along the south side of Ranai till near noon, after which we had calms and baffling winds till evening, when we steered with a light easterly breeze for the west part of Morotoy. In the course of the day, the current, which from the time we left Karakakooa Bay had set from the northeast, changed its direction to the southeast. During the night the wind was again variable, but early next morning it settled at east and blew so fresh as to oblige us to double reef the top sails. At 7, on hauling round the west point of Morotoy, we opened a small bay at the distance of about 2 leagues with a fine sandy beach, but seeing no appearance of fresh water, we stood on to the north in order to get to the windward of Oahu, an island which we had seen at our first visit in January 1778. At 2 in the afternoon we saw the land bearing west by north 8 leagues distant, and having tacked as soon as it was dark, we again bore away at daylight on the 27th, and at 10:30 were within a league of the shore near the middle of the northeast side of the island. The coast to the northward is formed of detached hills, rising perpendicularly from the sea, with ragged and broken summits, the sides covered with wood, and the valleys between them of a fertile and well-cultivated appearance. To the southward, we saw an extensive bay, bounded by a low point of land to the southeast, which was covered with cocoa-nut trees, and off it stood a high insulated rock, about a mile from the shore. The haziness of the weather prevented our seeing distinctly the land to the southward of the point. We could only perceive that it was high and broken. As the wind continued to blow very fresh, we thought it dangerous to entangle ourselves with a lee shore, and therefore did not attempt to examine the bay, but hauled up and steered to the northward in the direction of the coast. At noon, we were abreast of the north point of the island, about 2 leagues from the land, which is low and flat, and has a reef stretching off it to the distance of near 1.5 miles. The latitude, by observation, 21 degrees 50 minutes north, longitude 202 degrees 15 minutes east. The extreme parts of the island in sight, bearing south-southeast, quarter east, and southwest by south, 3/4 west. Between the north point and a distant headland, which we saw to the southwest, the land bends inward considerably and appeared likely to afford a good road. We therefore directed our course along the shore at the distance of about a mile, carrying regular soundings from 20 to 13 fathoms. At 2:15, the sight of a fine river running through a deep valley induced us to come to an anchor in 13 fathoms water with a sandy bottom. The extreme points of the bay bearing southwest by west half-west and northeast by east 3/4 east, and the mouth of the river southeast half-east, 1 mile distant. In the afternoon, I attended the 2 captains on shore, where we found but few of the natives, and those mostly women. The men, they told us, were gone to Morotoi to fight Tahiteri, but that their chief Periorani, who had stayed behind, would certainly visit us as soon as he heard of our arrival. We were much disappointed to find the water had a brackish taste for 200 yards up the river, owing to the marshy ground through which it empties itself into the sea. Beyond this, it was perfectly fresh, and formed a fine running stream, along the side of which I walked, till I came to the conflux of 2 small rivulets that branched off to the right and left of a remarkably steep and romantic mountain. The banks of this river, and indeed the whole we saw of the northwest part of Owhyhee, are well cultivated and full of villages, and the face of the country is uncommonly beautiful and picturesque. As the watering at this place would have been attended with great labour, I was sent to examine the coast to leeward. But not being able to land, on account of a reef of coral, which stretched along the shore to the distance of half a mile, Captain Clark determined, without farther loss of time, to proceed to Owhyhee. At 8 in the morning, we weighed and stood to the northward till daylight on the 28th, when we bore away for that island, which we were in sight of by noon, and about sunset were off its eastern extremity, which shows itself in a fine green flat point. It being too late to run for the road on the southwest side of the island, where we had been the last year, we passed the night in plying on and off, and at 9 the next morning came to an anchor in 25 fathoms water and moored with the best bower in 38 fathoms, the bluff head on the west side of the village, bearing northeast by north 3/4 east, 2 miles distant, the extremes of the island, northwest by west 3/4 west and southeast by east half-east, the island 1 how west by south half-west. In running down to the road from the southeast point of the island, we saw the appearance of shoal water in several places at a considerable distance from the land. And when we were about 2 miles to the eastward of the anchoring place, and 2 or 3 miles from the shore, we got into 4½ fathoms water, although our soundings had usually been 7 and 8 fathoms. We had no sooner anchored in our old station than several canoes came alongside of us, but we could observe that they did not welcome us with the same cordiality in their manner and satisfaction in their countenances as when we were here before. As soon as they got on board, one of the men began to tell us that we had left a disorder amongst their women, of which several persons of both sexes had died. He was himself afflicted with the venereal disease, and gave a very full and minute account of the various symptoms with which it had been attended. As there was not the slightest appearance of that disorder amongst them on our first arrival, I am afraid it is not to be denied that we were the authors of this irreparable mischief. Our principal object here was to water the ships with the utmost expedition, and I was sent on shore early in the afternoon with the pinnace and launch laden with casks. The gunner of the Resolution accompanied me to trade for provisions, and we had a guard of 5 marines. We found a considerable number of people collected upon the beach, who received us at first with great kindness, but as soon as we had got the casks on shore, began to be exceedingly troublesome. Former experience having taught me how difficult it was to repress this disposition without having recourse to the authority of their chiefs, I was very sorry to find that they were all at another part of the island. Indeed, we soon felt the want of their assistance, for it was with great difficulty I was able to form a circle, according to our usual practice, for the convenience and security of the trading party, and had no sooner done it and posted guards to keep off the crowd than I saw a man laying hold of the bayonet of one of the soldiers' muskets and endeavouring with all his force to wrench it out of his hand. On my coming up to them, the native let go his hold and retired, but returned in a moment with a spear in one hand and dagger in the other, and his countrymen had much ado to restrain him from trying his prowess with the soldier. This fray was occasioned by the latter's having given the man a slight prick with his bayonet in order to make him keep without the line. I now perceived that our situation required great circumspection and management, and accordingly gave the strictest orders that no one should fire nor have recourse to any other act of violence without positive commands. As soon as I had given these directions, I was called to the assistance of the watering party, where I found the natives equally inclined to mischief. They had demanded from our people a large hatchet for every cask of water, and this not being complied with, they would not suffer the sailors to roll them down to the boats. I had no sooner joined them than one of the natives advanced up to me with great insolence and made the same claim. I told him that as a friend I was very willing to present him with a hatchet, but that I should certainly carry off the water without paying anything for it, and I immediately ordered the pinnace men to proceed in their business, and called 3 marines from the traders to protect them. Though this show of spirit succeeded so far as to make the natives desist from any open attempt to interrupt us, they still continued to behave in the most teasing and provoking manner. Whilst some of them, under pretence of assisting the men in rolling down the casks, turned them out of their course and gave them a wrong direction. Others were stealing the hats from off the sailors' heads, pulling them backward by their clothes or tripping up their heels, the whole crowd all this time shouting and laughing with a strange mixture of childishness and malice. They afterward found means to steal the cooper's bucket and took away his bag by force. But the objects they were most eager to possess themselves of were the muskets of the marines, who were every instant complaining of their attempts to force them out of their hands. Though they continued, for the most part, to pay great deference and respect to me, yet they did not suffer me to escape without contributing my share to their stock of plunder. One of them came up to me with a familiar air, and with great management diverted my attention, whilst another, wrenching the hanger, which I held carelessly in my hand, from me, ran off with it like lightning. It was in vain to think of repelling this insolence by force, guarding therefore against its effects in the best manner we were able. We had nothing to do but to submit patiently to it. My apprehensions were, however, a little alarmed by the information I soon after received from the sergeant of marines, who told me that, turning suddenly round, he saw a man behind me holding a dagger in the position of striking. In this he might possibly be mistaken, yet our situation was certainly alarming and critical, and the smallest error on our side might have been fatal to us. As our people were separated into 3 small parties, one at the lake, filling casks, another rolling them down to the shore, and the third, at some distance, purchasing provisions, it had once occurred to me that it might be proper to collect them all together and to execute and protect one duty at a time. But on second thoughts, I judged it more advisable to let them continue as they were. In case of a real attack, our whole force, however advantageously disposed, could have made but a poor resistance. On the other hand, I thought it of some consequence to show the natives that we were under no fears, and, what was still more material, the crowd was by this means kept divided, and a considerable part of them fully employed in bartering provisions. It is probable that their dread of the effects of our arms was the principal cause of their backwardness in attacking us. And indeed the confidence we appeared to place in this advantage, by opposing only 5 marines to their whole force, must have raised in them a very high idea of our superiority. It was our business to keep up this opinion as much as possible, and in justice to the whole party I must observe that no men could possibly behave better for the purpose of strengthening these impressions. Whatever could be taken in jest they bore with the utmost temper and patience, and whenever any serious attempt was made to interrupt them, they opposed it with bold looks and menaces. By this management we succeeded so far as to get all the casks down to the waterside without any material accident. While we were getting them into the launch, the natives, perceiving the opportunity of plundering would soon be over, became every moment more daring and insolent. On this occasion, I was indebted to the Sergeant of Marines for suggesting to me the advantage that would arise from sending off his party first into the boats, by which means the muskets of the soldiers, which, as I have already mentioned, were the objects the islanders had principally in view, would be removed out of their reach, and in case of an attack, the Marines themselves might be employed more effectually in our defence than if they were on shore. We had now got everything into the boats, and only Mr. Anderson the gunner, a seaman of the boat's crew, and myself remained on shore. As the pinnace lay beyond the surf, through which we were obliged to swim, I told them to make the best of their way to it, and that I should follow them. With this order, I was surprised to find them both refuse to comply, and the consequence was a contest amongst us who should be the last on shore. It seems that some hasty words I had just before used to the sailor, which he thought reflected on his courage, was the cause of this odd fancy in him. And the old gunner, finding a point of honour started, thought he could not well avoid taking a part in it. In this ridiculous situation, we might have remained some time, had not our dispute been soon settled by the stones that began to fly about us, and by the cries of the people from the boats, to make haste, as the natives were following us into the water with clubs and spears. I reached the side of the pinnace first, and finding Mr. Anderson was at some distance behind, and not yet entirely out of danger, I called out to the Marines to fire one musket. In the hurry of executing my orders, they fired two, and when I got into the boat, I saw the natives running away, and one man, with a woman sitting by him, left behind on the beach. The man made several attempts to rise without being able, and it was with much regret I perceived him to be wounded in the groin. The natives soon after returned and surrounded the wounded man, brandishing their spears and daggers at us, with an air of threatening and defiance. But before we reached the ships, we saw some persons whom we supposed to be the chiefs, now arrived, driving them away from the shore. During our absence, Captain Clark had been under the greatest anxiety for our safety, and these apprehensions were considerably increased from his having entirely mistaken the drift of the conversation he had held with some natives who had been on board. The frequent mention of the name of Captain Cook, with other strong and circumstantial descriptions of death and destruction, made him conclude that the knowledge of the unfortunate events at Owhyhee had reached them, and that these were what they alluded to, whereas all they had in view was to make known to him the wars that had arisen in consequence of the goats that Captain Cook had left at Owhyhee, and the slaughter of the poor goats themselves during the struggle for the property of them. Captain Clark, applying this earnestness of conversation and these terrible representations to our calamitous transactions at Owhyhee, and to an indication of revenge, kept his telescope fixed upon us, and the moment he saw the smoke of the muskets, ordered the boats to be manned and armed, and to put off to our assistance. The next morning, I was again ordered on shore with the watering party. The risk we had run the preceding day determined Captain Clark to send a considerable force from both ships for our guard, amounting in all to 40 men under arms. This precaution, however, was now unnecessary, for we found the beach left entirely to ourselves, and the ground between the landing place and the lake tabooed with small white flags. We concluded, from this appearance, that some of the chiefs had certainly visited this quarter, and that not being able to stay, they had kindly and considerately taken this step for our greater security and convenience. We saw several men armed with long spears and daggers on the other side of the river on our right, but they did not offer to give us the least molestation. Their women came over and sat down on the banks close by us, and at noon we prevailed on some of the men to bring hogs and roots for our people and to dress them for us. As soon as we had left the beach, They came down to the seaside, and one of them threw a stone at us. But his conduct, seeming to be highly disapproved of by all the rest, we did not think it proper to show any resentment. The next day, we completed our watering without meeting with any material difficulty. On our return to the ships, we found that several chiefs had been on board and had made excuses for the behaviour of their countrymen, attributing their riotous conduct to the quarrels which subsisted at that time amongst the principal people of the island, and which had occasioned a general want of order and subordination amongst them. The government of Owhyhee was in dispute between Tonioneo, who had the supreme power when we were here last year, and a boy named Tivi. They are both, by different fathers, the grandsons of Periorani, king of Wahoo, who had given the government of Owhyhee to the former and that of Owhyhee to the latter. The quarrel had arisen about the goats we had left at Owhyhee the last year, the right of property in which was claimed by Tonioneo, on the pretence of that island's being a dependency of his. The friends of Tivi insisting on the right of possession, both parties prepared to maintain their pretensions by force, and a few days before our arrival, a battle had been fought, in which Tonioneo had been worsted. The consequence of this victory was likely to affect Tonioneo in a much deeper manner than by the mere loss of the objects in dispute. For the mother of TV, having married a second husband, who was a chief of Owhyhee and at the head of a powerful faction there, he thought that the present opportunity was not to be neglected of driving Tonioneo entirely out of the island and of advancing his son-in-law to the government. I have already had occasion to mention that the goats, which had increased to the number of 6, and would probably, in a few years, have stocked all these islands, were destroyed in the contest. On the 4th, the mother and sister of the young prince and his father-in-law, with many other chiefs of that party, came on board the Resolution and made several curious and valuable presents to Captain Clark. Amongst the former were some fish hooks, which they assured us were made of the bones of our old friend Teriobu's father, who had been killed in an unsuccessful descent upon the island of Wahoo, and a fly flap presented to him by the prince's sister, the handle of which was a human bone that had been given her as a trophy by her father-in-law. Young TV was not of the company, being engaged, as we were told, in performing some religious ceremonies in consequence of the victory he had obtained, which were to last 20 days. This, and the 2 following days, were employed on shore in completing the Discovery's water, and the carpenters were busy on board in caulking the ships and in making other preparations for our next cruise. The natives desisted from giving us any further disturbance, and we procured from them a plentiful supply of pork and vegetables. At this time, an Indian brought a piece of iron on board the Discovery to be fashioned into the shape of a pahua. It was carefully examined both by the officers and men, and appeared to be the bolt of some large ship timbers. They were not able to discover to what nation it belonged, but from the pale colour out of the iron and its not corresponding in shape to our bolts, they concluded that it certainly was not English. This led them to make a strict inquiry of the native when and where he got it, and if they comprehended him right, it had been taken out of a piece of timber, larger than the cable bit to which he pointed. This piece of wood they farther understood from him to have been driven upon their island since we were here in January 1778. On the 7th, we were surprised with a visit from Tonioneo. When he heard the Dowager Princess was in the ship, it was with great difficulty we could prevail on him to come on board, not from any apprehension that he appeared to entertain of his safety, but from an unwillingness to see her. Their meeting was with sulky and lowering looks on both sides. He stayed but a short time and seemed much dejected, but we remarked with some surprise that the women, both at his coming and going away, prostrated themselves before him, and that he was treated by all the natives on board with the respect usually paid to those of his rank. Indeed, it must appear somewhat extraordinary that a person who was at this time in a state of actual hostility with TV's party and was even prepared for another battle should trust himself almost alone within the power of his enemies. It is therefore to be observed that the civil dissensions, which are very frequent throughout all the South Sea Islands, seem to be carried on without much acrimony or bloodshed, and that the deposed governor still continues to enjoy the rank of an ere and is left to make use of such means as may arise for the regaining his lost consequence. But I shall have occasion to speak more particularly on this subject in the next chapter, in which the best account will be given which we were able to collect of the political state of those countries. On the 8th, at 9 in the morning, we weighed and sailed toward Owhyhee, and, at 3 in the afternoon, anchored in 20 fathoms water, nearly on the same spot as in the year 1778. We moored with the other anchor in 26 fathoms water. The high bluff on the south end of the island bore east-southeast, the north point of the road, north half-east, and a bluff head to the south of it, northeast by north. During the night, we had a strong gale from the eastward, and, in the morning of the 9th, found the ship had driven a whole cable's length and brought both anchors almost ahead. We shortened in the best bower cable, but the wind blowing too fresh to unmoor, we were obliged to remain this and the 2 following days, with the anchors still ahead. On the 12th, the weather being moderate, the master was sent to the northwest side of the island to look for a more convenient place for anchoring. He returned in the evening, having found, close round the west point of the road where we now lay, which is also the westernmost point of the island, a fine bay with good anchorage in 18 fathoms water, a clear sandy bottom, not a mile from the beach, on which the surf beats, but not so as to hinder landing. The direction of the points of the bay were north by east and south by west, and in that line the soundings 7, 8, and 9 fathoms. On the north side of the bay was a small village, and a quarter of a mile to the eastward were 4 small wells of good water, the road to them level and fit for rolling casks. Mr. Bligh went afterwards so far to the north as to satisfy himself that Owhyhee was a separate island from Owhyhee, and that there was a passage between them, which before we only conjectured to exist. In the afternoon we hoisted in all the boats and made ready for going to sea in the morning. The Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 3, Captain King's Journal of the Transactions on Return to the Sandwich Islands. Chapter 6. General account of the Sandwich Islands, their number, names and situation. Owhyhee, its extent and division into districts. Account of its coasts and the adjacent country. Volcanic appearances, snowy mountains, their height determined. Account of a journey into the interior parts of the country. Mowee, Tahuroa, Morotoi, Ranai, Woahu, Atui, Wane Heao, Oreehoa, Tahura. Climate, winds, currents, tides, animals and vegetables, astronomical observations. As we are now about to take our final leave of the Sandwich Islands, it will not be improper to introduce here some general account of their situation and natural history, and of the manners and customs of the inhabitants. This subject has indeed been, in some measure, preoccupied by persons far more capable of doing it justice than I can pretend to be. Had Captain Cook and Mr. Anderson lived to avail themselves of the advantages which we enjoyed by a return to these islands, it cannot be questioned that the public would have derived much additional information from the skill and diligence of 2 such accurate observers. The reader will therefore lament with me our common misfortune, which hath deprived him of the labours of such superior abilities, and imposed on me the task of presenting him with the best supplementary account the various duties of my station permitted me to furnish. This group consists of 11 islands, extending in latitude from 18 degrees 54 minutes to 22 degrees 15 minutes north, and in longitude from 199 degrees 36 minutes to 205 degrees 6 minutes east. They are called by the natives, 1. Owhyhee 2, Mowee 3, Ranai or Oranai 4, Mauritani or Morokini 5, Kaharowi or Tahuroa 6, Moratoi or Morokoi 7, Wahoo or Wahoo 8, Atui, Atoi or Toi, and sometimes Koi *, 9, Nihihau or Onihau 10, Orihoa or Rihoa, and 11, Tahura, and are all inhabited excepting Mauritani and Tahura. Besides the islands above enumerated, we were told by the Indians that there is another called Modupapapa or Komodupapapa, lying to the west-southwest of Tahura, which is low and sandy, and visited only for the purpose of catching turtle and seafowl. And as I could never learn that they knew of any others, it is probable that none exist in their neighbourhood. They were named by Captain Cook the Sandwich Islands, in honour of the Earl of Sandwich, under whose administration he had enriched geography with so many splendid and important discoveries. A tribute justly due to that noble person for the liberal support these voyages derived from his power, in whatever could extend their utility or promote their success. For the zeal with which he seconded the views of that great navigator, and if I may be allowed to add the voice of private gratitude for the generous protection which, since the death of their unfortunate commander, he has afforded all the officers that served under him. Owhyhee, the easternmost and by much the largest of these islands, is of a triangular shape and nearly equal at R'al. The angular points make the north, east and south extremities, of which the northern is in latitude 20 degrees 17 minutes north, longitude 204 degrees 2 minutes east, the eastern in latitude 19 degrees 34 minutes north, longitude 205 degrees 6 minutes east, and the southern extremity in latitude 18 degrees 54 minutes north, longitude 204 degrees 15 minutes east. Its greatest length, which lies in a direction nearly north and south, is 28.5 leagues. Its breadth is 24 leagues, and it is about 255 geographical or 293 English miles in circumference. The whole island is divided into 6 large districts: Amakua and Ahidu, which lie on the northeast side, Apuna and Kau on the southeast, Akona and Koara on the west. The districts of Amakua and Ahidu are separated by a mountain called Muna Ka, or the Mountain Ka, which rises in 3 peaks, perpetually covered with snow, and may be clearly seen at 40 leagues distance. To the north of this mountain, the coast consists of high and abrupt cliffs, down which fall many beautiful cascades of water. We were once flattered with the hopes of meeting with a harbour round a bluff head in latitude 20 degrees 10 minutes north and longitude 204 degrees 26 minutes east, but on doubling the point and standing close in, we found it connected by a low valley with another high head to the northwest. The country rises inland with a gentle ascent, is intersected by deep narrow glens or rather chasms, and appeared to be well cultivated and sprinkled over with a number of villages. The snowy mountain is very steep, and the lower part of it covered with wood. The coast of Ahidu, which lies to the south of Muna Ka, is of a moderate height, and the interior parts appear more even than the country to the northwest, and less broken by ravines. Off these 2 districts we cruised for almost a month, and whenever our distance from shore would permit it, were sure of being surrounded by canoes laden with all kinds of refreshments. We had frequently a very heavy sea and great swell on this side of the island, and as we had no soundings and could observe much foul ground off the shore, we never approached nearer the land than 2 or 3 leagues, excepting on the occasion already mentioned. The coast to the northeast of Apuna, which forms the eastern extremity of the island, is low and flat. The acclivity of the inland parts is very gradual, and the whole country covered with coconut and breadfruit trees. This, as far as we could judge, is the finest part of the island, and we were afterward told that the king had a place of residence here. At the southwest extremity, the hills rise abruptly from the seaside, leaving but a narrow border of low ground toward the beach. We were pretty near the shore at this part of the island and found the sides of the hills covered with a fine verdure, but the country seemed to be very thinly inhabited. On doubling the east point of the island, we came in sight of another snowy mountain called Mauna Roa, or the Extensive Mountain, which continued to be a very conspicuous object all the while we were sailing along the southeast side. It is flat at the top, making what is called by mariners tableland. The summit was constantly buried in snow, and we once saw its sides also slightly covered for a considerable way down. But the greatest part of this disappeared again in a few days. According to the tropical line of snow, as determined by Mr. Condamine from observations taken on the Cordilleras, this mountain must be at least 16,020 feet high, which exceeds the height of the Pico de Teide, or Peak of Tenerife, by 724 feet, according to Dr. Heberden's computation, or 3,680, according to that of the Chevalier de Borda. The peaks of Munakar appeared to be about half a mile high, and as they are entirely covered with snow, the altitude of their summits cannot be less than 18,400 feet. But it is probable that both these mountains may be considerably higher. For in insular situations, the effects of the warm sea air must necessarily remove the line of snow in equal latitudes to a greater height than where the atmosphere is chilled on all sides by an immense tract of perpetual snow. The coast of Kau presents a prospect of the most horrid and dreary kind, the whole country appearing to have undergone a total change from the effects of some dreadful convulsion. The ground is everywhere covered with cinders and intersected in many places with black streaks, which seem to mark the course of a lava that has flowed not many ages back from the mountain Roa to the shore. The southern promontory looks like the mere dregs of a volcano. The projecting headland is composed of broken and craggy rocks, piled irregularly on one another and terminating in sharp points. Notwithstanding the dismal aspect of this part of the island, there are many villages scattered over it, and it certainly is much more populous than the verdant mountains of Apuna. Nor is this circumstance hard to be accounted for. As these islanders have no cattle, they have consequently no use for pasturage, and therefore naturally prefer such ground as either lies more convenient for fishing, or is best suited to the cultivation of yams and plantains. Now amidst these ruins there are many patches of rich soil, which are carefully laid out in plantations, and the neighbouring sea abounds with a variety of most excellent fish, with which, as well as with other provisions, we were always plentifully supplied. Off this part of the coast we could find no ground, at less than a cable's length from the shore, with 160 fathoms of line, excepting in a small bight to the eastward of the south point, where we had regular soundings of 50 and 58 fathoms over a bottom of fine sand. Before we proceed to the western districts, it may be necessary to remark that the whole coast side of the island, from the northern to the southern extremity, does not afford the smallest harbour or shelter for shipping. The southwest parts of Akona are in the same state with the adjoining district of Kau, but farther to the north, the country has been cultivated with great pains, and is extremely populous. In this part of the island is situated Karakakooa Bay, which has been already described. Along the coast, nothing is seen but large masses of flag and the fragments of black scorched rocks, behind which the ground rises gradually for about 2.5 miles and appears to have been formerly covered with loose burnt stones. These the natives have taken the pains of clearing away, frequently to the depth of 3 feet and upward, which labour, great as it is, the fertility of the soil amply repays. Here, in a rich, ashy mould, they cultivate sweet potatoes and the cloth plant. The fields are enclosed with stone fences and are interspersed with groves of coconut trees. On the rising ground beyond these, the breadfruit trees are planted and flourish with the greatest luxuriance. Koara extends from the westernmost point to the northern extremity of the island, the whole coast between them forming an extensive bay called Toyaya, which is bounded to the north by 2 very conspicuous hills. Toward the bottom of this bay, there is foul, corally ground, extending upward of a mile from the shore, without which the soundings are regular, with good anchorage, in 20 fathoms. The country, as far as the eye could reach, seemed fruitful and well inhabited, the soil being in appearance of the same kind with the district of Kau, but no fresh water is to be got here. I have hitherto confined myself to the coasts of this island and the adjacent country, which is all that I had an opportunity of being acquainted with from my own observation. The only account I can give of the interior parts is from the information I obtained from a party who set out on the afternoon of the 26th of January on an expedition up the country with an intention of penetrating as far as they could, and principally of reaching, if possible, the snowy mountains. Having procured 2 natives to serve them as guides, they left the village about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, directing their course a little to the southward of the east. To the distance of 3 or 4 miles from the bay, they found the country as before described. The hills afterward rose with a more sudden ascent, which brought them to the extensive plantations that terminate the view of the country as seen from the ships. These plantations consist of the taro or eddy root and the sweet potato with plants of the cloth tree neatly set out in rows. The walls that separate them are made of the loose burnt stones, which are got in clearing the ground, and, being entirely concealed by sugar canes, planted close on each side, make the most beautiful fences that can be conceived. The party stopped for the night at the second hut they found amongst the plantations, where they judged themselves to be about 6 or 7 miles from the ships. They described the prospect from this spot as very delightful. They saw the ships in the bay before them. To the left, a continued range of villages, interspersed with groves of coconut trees spreading along the seashore, a thick wood stretching out of sight behind them, and to the right, an extent of ground laid out in regular and well-cultivated plantations, as far as the eye could reach. Near this spot, at a distance from any other dwelling, the natives pointed out to them the residence of an hermit who, they said, had formerly been a great chief and warrior, but had long ago quitted the shores of the island and now never stirred from his cottage. They prostrated themselves as they approached him, and afterward presented to him a part of such provisions as they had brought with them. His behaviour was easy and cheerful. He scarce showed any marks of astonishment at the sight of our people, and though pressed to accept some of our curiosities, he declined the offer and soon withdrew to his cottage. He was described as by far the oldest person any of the party had ever seen, and judged to be, by those who computed his age at the lowest, upward of 100 years old. As our people had imagined the mountain not to be more than 10 or 12 miles from the bay, and consequently that they should reach it with ease early the next morning, an error into which its great height had probably led them, they were now much surprised to find the distance scarce perceptibly diminished. This circumstance, together with the uninhabited state of the country they were going to enter, made it necessary to procure a supply of provisions, and for that purpose they dispatched one of their guides back to the village. Whilst they were waiting his return, they were joined by some of Kau's servants, whom that benevolent old man had sent after them as soon as he heard of their journey, laden with refreshments and authorized, as their route lay through his grounds, to demand and take away whatever they might have occasion for. Our travellers were much astonished to find the cold here so intense, but having no thermometer with them, could judge of it only by their feelings, which, from the warm atmosphere they had left, must have been a very fallacious measure. They found it, however, so cold that they could get but little sleep, and the natives none at all, both parties being disturbed the whole night by continued coughing. As they could not at this time be at any very considerable height, the distance from the sea being only 6 or 7 miles, and part of the road on a very moderate ascent, this extraordinary degree of cold must be ascribed to the easterly wind blowing fresh over the snowy mountains. Early on the 27th, they set out again and filled their calabashes at an excellent well about half a mile from their hut. Having passed the plantations, they came to a thick wood, which they entered by a path made for the convenience of the natives, who go thither to fetch the wild or horse plantain and to catch birds. Their progress now became very slow and attended with much labour, the ground being either swampy or covered with large stones, the path narrow and frequently interrupted by trees lying across it, which it was necessary to climb over, the thickness of the underwood on both sides making it impossible to pass round them. In these woods they observed at small distances pieces of white cloth fixed on poles, which they supposed to be landmarks for the division of property, as they only met with them where the wild plantains grew. The trees, which are of the same kind with those we called the spice tree at New Holland, were lofty and straight, and from 2 to 4 feet in circumference. After they had advanced about 10 miles in the wood, they had the mortification to find themselves, on a sudden, within sight of the sea, and at no great distance from it. The path having turned imperceptibly to the southward, and carried them to the right of the mountain, which it was their object to reach. Their disappointment was greatly increased by the uncertainty they were now under of its true bearings, since they could not, at this time, get a view of it from the top of the highest trees. They, therefore, found themselves obliged to walk back 6 or 7 miles to an unoccupied hut, where they had left 3 of the natives and 2 of their own people, with the small stock that remained of their provisions. Here they spent the second night, and the air was so very sharp and so little to the liking of their guides that by the morning they had all taken themselves off except one. The want of provisions now making it necessary to return to some of the cultivated parts of the island, they quitted the wood by the same path they had entered it, and, on their arrival at the plantations, were surrounded by the natives, of whom they purchased a fresh stock of necessaries, and prevailed upon 2 of them to supply the place of the guides that were gone away. Having obtained the best information in their power, with regard to the direction of their road, the party being now 9 in number, marched along the skirts of the wood for 6 or 7 miles, and then entered it again by a path that bore to the eastward. For the first 3 miles, they passed through a forest of lofty spice trees, growing on a strong, rich loam, at the back of which they found an equal extent of low shrubby trees, with much thick underwood, on a bottom of loose burnt stones. This led them to a second forest of spice trees and the same rich brown soil, which was again succeeded by a barren ridge of the same nature with the former. This alternate succession may perhaps afford matter of curious speculation to naturalists. The only additional circumstance I could learn relating to it was that these ridges appeared, as far as they could be seen, to run in directions parallel to the seashore and to have Mauna Roa for their centre. In passing through the woods, they found many canoes half finished, and here and there a hut, but saw none of the inhabitants. Having penetrated near 3 miles into the second wood, they came to 2 huts, where they stopped, exceedingly fatigued with the day's journey, having walked not less than 20 miles, according to their own computation. As they had met with no springs from the time they left the plantation ground, and began to suffer much from the violence of their thirst, they were obliged, before the night came on, to separate into parties and go in search of water, and at last found some left by rain in the bottom of an unfinished canoe, which, though of the colour of red wine, was to them no unwelcome discovery. In the night, the cold was still more intense than they had found it before, and though they had wrapped themselves up in mats and cloths of the country and kept a large fire between the 2 huts, they could yet sleep but very little, and were obliged to walk about the greatest part of the night. Their elevation was now probably pretty considerable, as the ground on which they had travelled had been generally on the ascent. On the 29th at daybreak, they set out, intending to make their last and utmost effort to reach the snowy mountain. But their spirits were much depressed when they found they had expended the miserable pittance of water they had found the night before. The path, which extended no farther than where canoes had been built, was now at an end, and they were therefore obliged to make their way as well as they could. every now and then climbing up into the highest trees to explore the country round. At 11 o'clock, they came to a ridge of burnt stones, from the top of which they saw the snowy mountain, appearing to be about 12 or 14 miles from them. It was here deliberated whether they should proceed any further or rest satisfied with the view they now had of Mauna Roa. The road, ever since the path ceased, had become exceedingly fatiguing, and every moment they advanced was growing still more so. The deep chinks with which the ground was everywhere broken, being slightly covered with moss, made them stumble at almost every step, and the intermediate space was a surface of loose burnt stones which broke under their feet like potsherds. They threw stones into several of these chinks, which, by the noise they made, seemed to fall to a considerable depth, and the ground sounded hollow under their feet. Besides these discouraging circumstances, they found their guides so averse to going on that they believed, whatever their own determinations might have been, they could not have prevailed on them to remain out another night. They therefore at last agreed to return to the ships after taking a view of the country from the highest trees which the place afforded. From this elevation they saw themselves surrounded, on all sides, with wood toward the sea. They could not distinguish in the horizon the sky from the water, and between them and the snowy mountain was a valley about 7 or 8 miles broad, above which the mountain appeared only as a hill of a moderate size. They rested this night at a hut in the second wood, and on the 30th, before noon, they had got clear of the first and found themselves about 9 miles to the northeast of the ships, toward which they directed their march through the plantations. As they passed along, they did not observe a single spot of ground that was capable of improvement, left unplanted, and indeed it appeared from their account hardly possible for the country to be cultivated to greater advantage for the purposes of the inhabitants, or made to yield them a larger supply of necessaries for their subsistence. They were surprised to meet with several fields of hay, and on inquiring to what uses it was applied, were told it was designed to cover the young taro grounds in order to preserve them from being scorched by the sun. They saw a few scattered huts amongst the plantations, which served for occasional shelter to the labourers, but no villages at a greater distance than 4 or 5 miles from the sea. Near one of them, about 4 miles from the bay, they found a cave, 40 fathoms long, 3 broad, and of the same height. It was open at both ends. The sides were fluted, as if wrought with a chisel, and the surface glazed over, probably by the action of fire. Having given this account of the most material circumstances that occurred on the expedition to the snowy mountain, I shall now return to the other islands that remain to be described. The island next in size and nearest in situation to Owhyhee is Mowee, which lies at the distance of 8 leagues north-northwest from the former, and is 140 geographical miles in circumference. A low isthmus divides it into 2 circular peninsulas, of which that to the east is called Wamadua, and is double the size of the western peninsula called Uhiruku. The mountains in both rise to an exceeding great height, having been seen by us at the distance of upward of 30 leagues. The northern shores, like those of Owhyhee, afford no soundings, and the country presents the same appearance of verdure and fertility. To the southeast, between this and the adjacent isles, we had regular depths with 150 fathoms, with a sandy bottom. From the west point, which is low, runs a shoal, stretching out toward Ranai, to a considerable distance, and to the southward of this is a fine spacious bay with a sandy beach, shaded with cocoa-nut trees. It is probable that good anchorage might be found here, with shelter from the prevailing winds, and that the beach affords a convenient place for landing. The country behind presents a most romantic appearance. The hills rise almost perpendicularly in a great variety of peaked forms, and their steep sides and the deep chasms between them are covered with trees, amongst which those of the breadfruit were observed particularly to abound. The tops of these hills are entirely bare and of a reddish-brown colour. We were informed by the natives that there is an harbour to the southward of the east point, which they affirmed to be superior to that of Karakakooa. And we were also told that on the northwest side there was another harbour, called Kipu. Tahuroa is a small island lying off the southwest part of Mowee, from which it is distant 3 leagues. This island is destitute of wood, and the soil seems to be sandy and barren. Between Tahuroa and Mowee lies the small uninhabited island Morotini. Morotoi is only 2 leagues and a half from Mowee to the west-northwest. The southwestern coast, which was the only part near which we approached, is very low. But the land rises backward to a considerable height, and, at the distance from which we saw it, appeared to be entirely without wood. Its produce, we were told, consists chiefly of yams. It may probably have fresh water, and on the south and west sides, the coast forms several bays that promise good shelter from the trade winds. Ranai is about 3 leagues distant from Mowee and Morotoi and lies to the southwest of the passage between these islands. The country to the south is high and craggy, but the other parts of the island had a better aspect and appeared to be well inhabited. We were told that it produces very few plantains and breadfruit trees, but that it abounds in roots such as yams, sweet potatoes, and taro. Owhyhee lies to the northwest of Morotoi at the distance of about 7 leagues. As far as we could judge from the appearance of the northeast and northwest parts, for we saw nothing of the southern side, it is by far the finest island of the whole group. Nothing can exceed the verdure of the hills, the variety of wood and lawn, and rich cultivated valleys which the whole face of the country displayed. Having already given a description of the bay, formed by the north and west extremities in which we came to anchor, I have only to observe that in the bight of the bay, to the south of the anchoring place, we found rocky foul ground, 2 miles from the shore. Should the ground tackling of a ship be weak, and the wind blow strong from the north, to which quarter the road is entirely open, this circumstance might be attended with some danger. But with good cables, there would be little risk, as the ground from the anchoring place, which is opposite to the valley through which the river runs, to the north point, is a fine sand. Owhyhee lies to the northwest of Owhyhee and is distant from it about 25 leagues. The face of the country to the northeast and northwest is broken and ragged, but to the south it is more even. The hills rise with a gentle slope from the seaside and, at some distance back, are covered with wood. Its productions are the same with those of the other islands, but the inhabitants far surpass all the neighbouring islanders in the management of their plantations. In the low grounds, adjoining to the bay where we lay at anchor, these plantations were divided by deep and regular ditches. The fences were made with a neatness approaching to elegance, and the roads through them were thrown up and finished in a manner that would have done credit to any European engineer. Owhyhee lies 5 leagues to the westward of Owhyhee. The eastern coast is high and rises abruptly from the sea, but the rest of the island consists of low ground, excepting a round bluff head on the southeast point. It produces abundance of yams and of the sweet root called tea, but we got from it no other fort of provisions. Owhyhee and Tahura are 2 small islands in the neighbourhood of Owhyhee. The former is a single high hummock, joined by a reef of coral rocks to the northern extremity of Owhyhee. The latter lies to the southeast and is uninhabited. The climate of the Sandwich Islands differs very little from that of the West India Islands, which lie in the same latitude. Upon the whole, perhaps, it may be rather more temperate. The thermometer on shore in Karakakooa Bay never rose higher than 88 degrees, and that but one day. Its mean height at noon was 83 degrees. In Wimmera Bay, its mean height at noon was 76 degrees, and when out at sea, 75 degrees. The mean height of the thermometer at noon in Jamaica is about 86 degrees, at sea 80 degrees. Whether they be subject to the same violent winds and hurricanes, we could not discover, as we were not there in any of the stormy months. However, As the natives gave us no positive testimony of the fact, and no traces of their effects were anywhere visible, it is probable that, in this respect, they resemble the society and friendly islands, which are, in a great measure, free from these dreadful visitations. During the 4 winter months that we remained amongst these islands, there was more rain, especially in the interior parts, than usually falls during the dry season in the islands of the West Indies. We generally saw clouds collecting round the tops of the hills and producing rain to leeward. But after they are separated from the land by the wind, they disperse and are lost, and others succeed in their place. This happened daily at Owhyhee, the mountainous parts being generally enveloped in a cloud, successive showers falling in the inland country, with fine weather and a clear sky at the seashore. The winds in general were from east-southeast to northeast, though this sometimes varied a few points each way to the north and south, but these were light and of short duration. In the harbour of Karakakooa, we had a constant land and sea breeze every day and night. The currents seemed very uncertain, sometimes setting to windward, and at other times to leeward, without any regularity. They did not appear to be governed by the winds, nor any other cause that I can assign. They frequently set to windward against a fresh breeze. The tides are very regular, flowing and ebbing 6 hours each. The flood comes from the eastward, and it is high water at the full and change of the moon, 45 minutes past 3, apparent time. Their greatest rise is 2 feet 7 inches, and we always observed the water to be 4 inches higher when the moon was above the horizon than when it was below. The quadrupeds in these, as in all the other islands that have been discovered in the South Sea, are confined to 3 forts: dogs, hogs, and rats. The dogs are of the same species with those of Owhyhee, having short, crooked legs, long backs, and pricked ears. I did not observe any variety in them, except in their skins, some having long and rough hair, and others being quite smooth. They are about the size of a common turnspit, exceedingly sluggish in their nature. Though perhaps this may be more owing to the manner in which they are treated than to any natural disposition in them. They are, in general, fed and left to herd with the hogs, and I do not recollect one instance in which a dog was made a companion in the manner we do in Europe. Indeed, the custom of eating them is an insuperable bar to their admission into society, and as there are neither beasts of prey in the island nor objects of chase, it is probable that the social qualities of the dog, its fidelity, attachment, and sagacity, will remain unknown to the natives. The number of dogs in these islands did not appear to be nearly equal in proportion to those in Owhyhee, but on the other hand, they abound much more in hogs, and the breed is of a larger and weightier kind. The supply of provisions of this kind, which we got from them, was really astonishing. We were near 4 months, either cruising off the coast or in harbour at Owhyhee. During all this time, a large allowance of fresh pork was constantly served to both crews, so that our consumption was computed at about 60 puncheons of 500 weight each. Besides this, and the incredible waste which, in the midst of such plenty, was not to be guarded against, 60 puncheons more were salted for sea store. The greatest part of this supply was drawn from the island of Owhyhee alone, and yet we could not perceive that it was at all drained, or even that the abundance had any way decreased. The birds of these islands are as beautiful as any we have seen during the voyage, and are numerous, though not various. There are 4, which seem to belong to the trochili, or honeysuckers of Linnaeus, one of which is something larger than a bullfinch. Its colour is a fine glossy black, the rump vent and thighs a deep yellow. It is called by the natives Owhyhee. Another is of an exceeding bright scarlet colour, the wings black and edged with white, and the tail black. Its native name is Eve. A third, which seems to be either a young bird or a variety of the foregoing, is variegated with red, brown, and yellow. The fourth is entirely green, with a tinge of yellow, and is called Akayearua. There is a species of thrush, with a grey breast, and a small bird of the flycatcher kind, a rail, with very short wings and no tail, which, on that account, we named Rallus ecaudotus. Ravens are found here, but they are very scarce. Their colour is dark brown, inclining to black, and their note is different from the European. Here are two small birds, both of one genus, that are very common. One is red, and generally seen about the coconut trees, particularly when they are in flower, from whence it seems to derive great part of its subsistence. The other is green. The tongues of both are long and ciliated, or fringed at the tip. A bird with a yellow head, which from the structure of its beak we called a paroquet, is likewise very common. It, however, by no means belongs to that tribe, but greatly resembles the Lexia flavicans, or yellowish crossbill of Linnaeus. Here are also owls, plovers of two sorts, one very like the whistling plover of Europe, a large white pigeon, a bird with a long tail, whose colour is black, the vent and feathers under the wing, which is much longer than is usually seen in the generality of birds, except the birds of paradise, are yellow, and the common water or darker hen. Their vegetable productions are nearly the same with the rest of the South Sea Islands. I have before mentioned that the taro root is much superior to any we had before tasted, and that we attributed this excellence to the dry method of cultivating it. The breadfruit trees thrive here not in such abundance, but produce double the quantity of fruit they do on the rich plains of Owhyhee. The trees are nearly of the same height, but the branches begin to strike out from the trunk much lower and with greater luxuriance. Their sugar canes are also of a very unusual size. One of them was brought to us at a tui, measuring 11 inches and a quarter in circumference, and having 14 feet eatable. At Owhyhee they brought us several large roots of a brown colour, shaped like a yam, and from 6 to 10 pounds in weight. The juice, which it yields in great abundance, is very sweet and of a pleasant taste, and was found to be an excellent substitute for sugar. The natives are very fond of it, and use it as an article of their common diet, and our people also found it very palatable and wholesome. We could not learn to what species of plant it belonged, having never been able to procure the leaves, but it was supposed by our botanists to be the root of some kind of fern. Agreeably to the practice of Captain Cook, I shall subjoin an abstract of the astronomical observations which were made at the observatory in Karakakooa Bay, for determining its latitude and longitude, and for finding the rate and error of the timekeeper. To these are subjoined the mean variation of the compass, the dip of the magnetic needle, and a table of the latitude and longitude of the Sandwich Islands. The latitude of the observatory, deduced from meridian zenith distances of the Sun, 11 stars to the south and 4 stars to the north of the zenith. The longitude of the observatory, deduced from 253 sets of lunar observations, each set consisting of 6 observed distances of the Sun from the Moon or stars. 14 of the above sets were only taken at the observatory, 105 sets being taken whilst cruising off Owhyhee, and 134 sets when at a tui and Owhyhee, all these being reduced to the observatory by means of the timekeeper. The longitude of the observatory by the timekeeper on the 19th of January 1779, according to its rate as found at Greenwich. The longitude of the observatory by the timekeeper on the 19th of January 1779, according to its rate, corrected at different places, and last at Samganuda Harbour in Unalashka. The daily rate of the timekeeper losing on mean time was 9 seconds 6, and on the 2nd of February 1779 it was 14 hours 41 minutes 1 second, slow for mean time. The variation of the compass by azimuths observed on shore with 4 different compasses. The variation of the compass by azimuths observed on board the Resolution with 4 different compasses. Dip of the North Pole of the magnetic needle on shore with balanced needle, unbalanced or plain needle. Dip of the North Pole of the magnetic needle on board with balanced needle, unbalanced needle, The Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage. Volume 3. Captain King's Journal of the Transactions on Return to the Sandwich Islands. Chapter 7. General Account of the Sandwich Islands continued. Of the inhabitants, their origin, persons, pernicious effects of the Ava, numbers, disposition and manners, reasons for supposing them not cannibals, dress and ornaments, villages and houses, food, occupations and amusements, addicted to gaming, their extraordinary dexterity in swimming, arts and manufactures, curious specimens of their sculpture, kippery or method of painting cloth, mats, fishing hooks, cordage, salt pans, warlike instruments. The inhabitants of the Sandwich Islands are undoubtedly of the same race with those of New Zealand, the Society and Friendly Islands, Easter Island and the Marquesas, a race that possesses, without any intermixture, all the known lands between the latitudes of 47 degrees south and 20 degrees north, and between the longitudes of 184 degrees and 260 degrees east. This fact, which, extraordinary as it is, might be thought sufficiently proved by the striking similarity of their manners and customs and the general resemblance of their persons, is established, beyond all controversy, by the absolute identity of their language. From what continent they originally emigrated, and by what steps they have spread through so vast a space, those who are curious in disquisitions of this nature may perhaps not find it very difficult to conjecture. It has been already observed that they bear strong marks of affinity to some of the Indian tribes that inhabit the Ladrones and Caroline Islands, and the same affinity may again be traced amongst the Batas and the Malays. When these events happened is not so easy to ascertain. It was probably not very lately, as they are extremely populous and have no tradition of their own origin, but what is perfectly fabulous. Whilst, on the other hand, the unadulterated state of their general language and the simplicity which still prevails in their customs and manners seem to indicate that it could not have been at any very distant period. The natives of these islands are, in general, above the middle size and well made. They walk very gracefully, run nimbly, and are capable of bearing great fatigue. Though, upon the whole, the men are somewhat inferior, in point of strength and activity, to the Friendly Islanders, and the women less delicately limbed than those of Owhyhee. Their complexion is rather darker than that of the Owhyheeans, and they are not altogether so handsome a people *. However, many of both sexes had fine, open countenances, and the women in particular had good eyes and teeth, and a sweetness and sensibility of look which rendered them very engaging. Their hair is of a brownish black, and neither uniformly straight like that of the Indians of America, nor uniformly curling as amongst the African Negroes, but varying, in this respect, like the hair of Europeans. One striking peculiarity in the features of every part of this great nation I do not remember to have seen anywhere mentioned, which is that, even in the handsomest faces, there is always a fullness of the nostril, without any flatness or spreading of the nose that distinguishes them from Europeans. It is not improbable that this may be the effect of their usual mode of salutation, which is performed by pressing the ends of their noses together. The same superiority that is observable in the persons of the Aries through all the other islands is found also here. Those whom we saw were, without exception, perfectly well formed, whereas the lower sort, besides their general inferiority, are subject to all the variety of make and figure that is seen in the populace of other countries. Instances of deformity are more frequent here than in any of the other islands. Whilst we were cruising off Owhyhee, 2 dwarfs came on board, one an old man, 4 feet 2 inches high but exactly proportioned, and the other a woman, nearly of the same height. We afterwards saw 3 natives who were humpbacked, and a young man born without hands or feet. Squinting is also very common amongst them, and a man who, they said, had been born blind, was brought to us to be cured. Besides these particular imperfections, they are, in general, very subject to boils and ulcers, which we attributed to the great quantity of salt they eat with their flesh and fish. The Aries are very free from these complaints, but many of them suffer still more dreadful effects from the immoderate use of the ava. Those who were the most affected by it had their bodies covered with a white scurf, their eyes red and inflamed, their limbs emaciated, the whole frame trembling and paralytic, accompanied with a disability to raise the head. Though this drug does not appear universally to shorten life, as was evident from the cases of Teriobu, Kau, and some other chiefs who were very old men, yet it invariably brings on an early and decrepit old age. It is fortunate that the use of it is made one of the peculiar privileges of the chiefs. The young son of Teriobu, who was about 12 years old, used to boast of his being admitted to drink ava, and showed us, with great triumph, a small spot in his side that was growing scaly. There is something very singular in the history of this pernicious drug. When Captain Cook first visited the Society Islands, it was very little known among them. On his second voyage, he found the use of it very prevalent at Ulietea, but it had still gained very little ground at Owhyhee. When we were last there, the dreadful havoc it had made was beyond belief, insomuch that the captain scarce knew many of his old acquaintances. At the Friendly Islands, it is also constantly drunk by the chiefs, but so much diluted with water that it does not appear to produce any bad effects. At Atoi, also, it is used with great moderation, and the chiefs are, in consequence, a much finer set of men there than in any of the neighbouring islands. We remarked that, by discontinuing the use of this root, the noxious effects of it soon wore off. Our good friends, Karakakooa and Old Kau, were persuaded by us to refrain from it, and they recovered amazingly during the short time we afterward remained in the island. It may be thought extremely difficult to form any probable conjectures respecting the population of islands, with many parts of which we are but imperfectly acquainted. There are, however, two circumstances that take away much of this objection. The first is that the interior parts of the country are entirely uninhabited, so that if the number of the inhabitants along the coast be known, the whole will be pretty accurately determined. The other is that there are no towns of any considerable size, the habitations of the natives being pretty equally dispersed in small villages round all their coasts. It is on this ground that I shall venture at a rough calculation of the number of persons in this group of islands. The bay of Karakakooa in Owhyhee is 3 miles in extent and contains 4 villages of about 80 houses each, upon an average in all 320, besides a number of straggling houses, which may make the whole amount to 350. From the frequent opportunities I had of informing myself on this head, I am convinced that 6 persons to a house is a very moderate allowance, so that, on this calculation, the country about the bay contains 2,100 souls. To these may be added 50 families or 300 persons, which I conceive to be nearly the number employed in the interior parts of the country amongst their plantations, making in all 2,400. If, therefore, this number be applied to the whole extent of coast round the island, deducting a quarter for the uninhabited parts, it will be found to contain 150,000. By the same mode of calculation, the rest of the islands will be found to contain the following numbers. I am pretty confident that in this calculation I have not exceeded the truth in the total amount. If we compare the numbers supposed to be in Owhyhee with the population of Owhyhee, as settled by Dr. Forster, this computation will be found very low. The proportion of coast in the latter island is to that of Owhyhee only as 1 to 3. The number of inhabitants in Owhyhee he states to be 121,500, though according to his own principles it should be double that amount. Again, if we compare it with the median population of the countries in Europe, the proportion will be in favour of the latter nearly as 2 to 1. Notwithstanding the irreparable loss we suffered from the sudden resentment and violence of these people, yet, in justice to their general conduct, it must be acknowledged that they are of the most mild and affectionate disposition, equally remote from the extreme levity and fickleness of the Owhyheeans and the distant gravity and reserve of the inhabitants of the Friendly Islands. They appear to live in the utmost harmony and friendship with one another. The women, who had children, were remarkable for their tender and constant attention to them, and the men would often lend their assistance in those domestic offices, with a willingness that does credit to their feelings. It must, however, be observed that they fall very short of the other islanders in that best test of civilization, the respect paid to the women. Here, they are not only deprived of the privilege of eating with the men, but the best sorts of food are tabooed or forbidden them. They are not allowed to eat pork, turtle, several kinds of fish, and some species of the plantains, and we were told that a poor girl got a terrible beating for having eaten on board our ship one of these interdicted articles. In their domestic life, they appear to live almost entirely by themselves, and though we did not observe any instances of personal ill treatment, yet it was evident they had little regard or attention paid them. The great hospitality and kindness with which we were received by them have been already frequently remarked, and indeed they make the principal part of our transactions with them. Whenever we came on shore, there was a constant struggle who should be most forward in making us little presents, bringing refreshments, or showing some other mark of their respect. The old people never failed of receiving us with tears of joy, seemed highly gratified with being allowed to touch us, and were constantly making comparisons between themselves and us, with the strongest marks of humility. The young women were not less kind and engaging, and, till they found, notwithstanding our utmost endeavours to prevent it, that they had reason to repent of our acquaintance, attached themselves to us without the least reserve. In justice, however, to the sex, it must be observed that these ladies were probably all of the lower class of the people, for I am strongly inclined to believe that, excepting the few whose names are mentioned in the course of our narrative, we did not see any woman of rank during our stay amongst them. Their natural capacity seems in no respect below the common standard of mankind. Their improvements in agriculture and the perfection of their manufactures are certainly adequate to the circumstances of their situation and the natural advantages they enjoy. The eager curiosity with which they attended the armourer's forge, and the many expedients they had invented, even before we left the islands, for working the iron they had procured from us into such forms as were best adapted to their purposes, were strong proofs of docility and ingenuity. Our unfortunate friend, Kanina, possessed a degree of judicious curiosity and a quickness of conception which was rarely met with amongst these people. He was very inquisitive after our customs and manners, asked after our king, the nature of our government, our numbers, the method of building our ships, our houses, the produce of our country, whether we had wars, with whom, and on what occasions, and in what manner they were carried on, who was our God, and many other questions of the same nature, which indicated an understanding of great comprehension. We met with 2 instances of persons disordered in their minds, the one a man at Owhyhee, the other a woman at Owhyhee. It appeared, from the particular attention and respect paid to them, that the opinion of their being inspired by the divinity, which obtains among most of the nations of the East, is also received here. Though the custom of eating the bodies of their enemies be not known by positive evidence to exist in any of the South Sea Islands except New Zealand, yet it is extremely probable that it was originally prevalent in them all. The sacrificing human victims, which seems evidently to be a relic of this horrid practice, still obtains universally amongst these islanders. And it is easy to conceive why the New Zealanders should retain the repast, which was probably the last act of these shocking rites, longer than the rest of their tribe, who were situated in more mild and fruitful climates. As the inhabitants of the Sandwich Islands certainly bear a nearer resemblance to those of New Zealand, both in their persons and disposition, than to any other people of this family, so it was strongly suspected by Mr. Anderson that, like them, they still continue to feast on human flesh. The evidence on which he founds this opinion has been stated very fully in the 10th chapter of the 3rd book. But, as I always entertained great doubts of the justice of his conclusions, it may not be improper to take this occasion of mentioning the grounds on which I venture to differ from him. With respect to the information derived from the natives themselves, I shall only observe that great pains were taken, by almost every officer on board, to come at the knowledge of so curious a circumstance, and that, except in the 2 instances mentioned by Mr. Anderson, we found them invariably denying the existence of any such custom amongst them. It must be allowed that Mr. Anderson's knowledge of their language, which was superior to that of any other person in either ship, ought certainly to give his opinion great weight. At the same time, I must beg leave to remark that being present when he examined the man who had the small piece of salted flesh wrapped in cloth, it struck me very forcibly that the signs he made use of meant nothing more than that it was intended to be eat, and that it was very pleasant or wholesome to the stomach. In this opinion I was confirmed by a circumstance which came to our knowledge after the death of my worthy and ingenious friend, viz., that almost every native of these islands carried about with him, either in his calabash or wrapped up in a piece of cloth and tied about his waist, a small piece of raw pork, highly salted, which they considered as a great delicacy and used now and then to taste of. With respect to the confusion the young lad was in, for he was not more than 16 or 18 years of age, no one could have been surprised at it, who had seen the eager and earnest manner in which Mr. Anderson questioned him. The argument drawn from the instrument made with shark's teeth, and which is nearly of the same form with those used at New Zealand for cutting up the bodies of their enemies, is much more difficult to controvert. I believe it to be an undoubted fact that this knife, if it may be so called, is never used by them in cutting the flesh of other animals. However, as the custom of offering human sacrifices and of burning the bodies of the slain is still prevalent here, it is not improbable that the use of this instrument is retained in those ceremonies. Upon the whole, I am strongly inclined to think, and particularly from this last circumstance, that the horrid practice in question has but lately ceased amongst these and other islands of the South Sea. Owhyhee, when pressed on this subject, confessed that in the rage and fury of revenge they would sometimes tear the flesh of their enemies that were slain with their teeth, but positively denied that they ever eat it. This was certainly approaching as near the fact as could be, but on the other hand, the denial is a strong proof that the practice has actually ceased. Since in New Zealand, where it still exists, the inhabitants never made the smallest scruple of confessing it. The inhabitants of these islands differ from those of the Friendly Isles in suffering almost universally their beards to grow. There were indeed a few amongst whom was the old king that cut it off entirely, and others that wore it only upon the upper lip. The same variety in the manner of wearing the hair is also observable here as among the other islanders of the South Sea, besides which they have a fashion, as far as we know, peculiar to themselves. They cut it close on each side the head, down to the ears, leaving a ridge of about a small hand's breadth, running from the forehead to the neck, which, when the hair is thick and curling, has the form of the crest of the ancient helmet. Others wear large quantities of false hair flowing down their backs in long ringlets, like the figure of the inhabitants of Horn Island as seen in Dalrymple's Voyages, and others again tie it into a single round bunch on the top of the head, almost as large as the head itself, and some into 5 or 6 distinct bunches. They daub their hair with a grey clay, mixed with powdered shells, which they keep in balls and chew into a kind of soft paste when they have occasion to make use of it. This keeps the hair smooth and, in time, changes it to a pale yellow colour. Both sexes wear necklaces made of strings of small variegated shells, and an ornament in the form of the handle of a cup about 2 inches long and half an inch broad, made of wood, stone or ivory, finely polished, which is hung about the neck by fine threads of twisted hair, doubled sometimes an 100-fold. Instead of this ornament, some of them wear on their breast a small human figure made of bone, suspended in the same manner. The fan, or fly flap, is also an ornament used by both sexes. The most ordinary kind are made of the fibres of the coconut, tied loose in bunches to the top of a smooth, polished handle. The tail feathers of the cock and of the tropic bird are also used in the same manner, but the most valuable are those which have the handle made of the arm or leg bones of an enemy slain in battle, and which are preserved with great care and handed down from father to son as trophies of inestimable value. The custom of tattooing the body they have in common with the rest of the natives of the South Sea Islands, but it is only at New Zealand and the Sandwich Islands that they tattoo the face. There is also this difference between the two last, that in the former it is done in elegant spiral volutes, and in the latter in straight lines, crossing each other at right angles. The hands and arms of the women are also very neatly marked, and they have a singular custom amongst them, the meaning of which we could never learn, that of tattooing the tip of the tongues of the females. From some information we received relative to the custom of tattooing, we were inclined to think that it is frequently intended as a sign of mourning on the death of a chief or any other calamitous event. For we were often told that such a particular mark was in memory of such a chief, and so of the rest. It may be here too observed that the lowest class are often tattooed with a mark that distinguishes them as the property of the several chiefs to whom they belong. The dress of the men generally consists only of a piece of thick cloth called the maro, about 10 or 12 inches broad, which they pass between the legs and tie round the waist. This is the common dress of all ranks of people. Their mats, some of which are beautifully manufactured, are of various sizes but mostly about 5 feet long and 4 broad. These they throw over their shoulders and bring forward before, but they are seldom used except in time of war, for which purpose they seem better adapted than for ordinary use, being of a thick and cumbersome texture and capable of breaking the blow of a stone or any blunt weapon. Their feet are generally bare, except when they have occasion to travel over the burnt stones, when they secure them with a sort of sandal made of cords, twisted from the fibres of the coconut. Such is the ordinary dress of these islanders. But they have another appropriated to their chiefs and used on ceremonious occasions, consisting of a feathered cloak and helmet, which, in point of beauty and magnificence, is perhaps nearly equal to that of any nation in the world. As this dress has been already described with great accuracy and minuteness, I have only to add that these cloaks are made of different lengths, in proportion to the rank of the wearer, some of them reaching no lower than the middle, others trailing on the ground. The inferior chiefs have also a short cloak, resembling the former, made of the long tail feathers of the cock, the tropic and man-of-war birds, with a broad border of the small red and yellow feathers and a collar of the same. Others again are made of feathers entirely white, with variegated borders. The helmet has a strong lining of wickerwork, capable of breaking the blow of any warlike instrument, and seems evidently designed for that purpose. These feathered dresses seem to be exceedingly scarce, appropriated to persons of the highest rank, and worn by the men only. During the whole time we lay in Karakakooa Bay, we never saw them used but on 3 occasions, in the curious ceremony of Teriobu's first visit to the ships, by some chiefs who were seen among the crowd on shore when Captain Cook was killed, and, afterward, when Eapo brought his bones to us. The exact resemblance between this habit and the cloak and helmet formerly worn by the Spaniards was too striking not to excite our curiosity to inquire whether there were any probable grounds for supposing it to have been borrowed from them. After exerting every means in our power of obtaining information on this subject, we found that they had no immediate knowledge of any other nation whatever, nor any tradition remaining among them of these islands having been ever visited before by such ships as ours. But notwithstanding the result of these inquiries, the uncommon form of this habit appears to me a sufficient proof of its European origin, especially when added to another circumstance that it is a singular deviation from the general resemblance in dress, which prevails amongst all the branches of this tribe dispersed through the South Sea. We were driven indeed, by this conclusion, to a supposition of the shipwreck of some buccaneer or Spanish ship in the neighbourhood of these islands. But when it is recollected that the course of the Spanish trade from Acapulco to the Manillas is but a few degrees to the southward of the Sandwich Islands in their passage out, and to the northward on their return, this supposition will not appear in the least improbable. The common dress of the women bears a close resemblance to that of the men. They wrap round the waist a piece of cloth that reaches halfway down the thighs, and sometimes in the cool of the evening they appeared with loose pieces of fine cloth thrown over their shoulders, like the women of Owhyhee. The pau is another dress very frequently worn by the younger part of the sex. It is made of the thinnest and finest sort of cloth, wrapped several times round the waist and descending to the leg, so as to have exactly the appearance of a full short petticoat. Their hair is cut short behind and turned up before, as is the fashion among the Otaheiteans and New Zealanders, all of whom differ in this respect from the women of the Friendly Islands, who wear their hair long. We saw indeed one woman in Karakakooa Bay whose hair was arranged in a very singular manner. It was turned up behind and brought over the forehead and then doubled back, so as to form a sort of shade to the face, like a small bonnet. Their necklaces are made of shells, or of a hard shining red berry, besides which they wear wreaths of dried flowers of the Indian mallow and another beautiful ornament called irai, which is generally put about the neck, but is sometimes tied like a garland round the hair, and sometimes worn in both these ways at once, as may be seen in the print of the woman of the Sandwich Islands. It is a ruff of the thickness of a finger, made in a curious manner of exceedingly small feathers, woven so close together as to form a surface as smooth as that of the richest velvet. The ground was generally of a red colour, with alternate circles of green, yellow and black. Their bracelets, which were also of great variety and very peculiar kinds, have been already described. At Atui, some of the women wore little figures of the turtle, neatly formed of wood or ivory, tied on their fingers in the manner we wear rings. Why this animal is thus particularly distinguished, I leave to the conjectures of the curious. There is also an ornament made of shells, fastened in rows on a ground of strong netting, so as to strike each other when in motion, which both men and women, when they dance, tie either round the arm or the ankle or below the knee. Instead of shells, they sometimes make use of dog's teeth and a hard red berry resembling that of the holly. There remains to be mentioned another ornament, if such it may be called, the figure of which may be better conceived from the annexed print than any written description. It is a kind of mask, made of a large gourd with holes cut in it for the eyes and nose. The top was stuck full of small green twigs, which at a distance had the appearance of an elegant waving plume, and from the lower part hung narrow stripes of cloth, resembling a beard. We never saw these masks worn but twice, and both times by a number of people together in a canoe, who came to the side of the ship, laughing and drolling, with an air of masquerading. Whether they may not likewise be used as a defence for the head against stones, for which they seem best designed, or in some of their public games, or be merely intended for the purposes of mummery, we could never inform ourselves. It has already been remarked in a few instances that the natives of the Sandwich Islands approach nearer to the New Zealanders in their manners and customs than to either of their less distant neighbours of the Society or Friendly Islands. This is in nothing more observable than in their method of living together in small towns or villages, containing from about 100 to 200 houses, built pretty close together, without any order, and having a winding path leading through them. They are generally flanked toward the sea, with loose detached walls, which probably are meant both for the purposes of shelter and defence. The figure of their houses has been already described. They are of different sizes, from 18 feet by 12 to 45 by 24. There are some of a larger kind, being 50 feet long and 30 broad and quite open at one end. These, they told us, were designed for travellers or strangers who were only making a short stay. In addition to the furniture of their houses, which has been accurately described by Captain Cook, I have only to add that at one end are mats on which they sleep, with wooden pillows or sleeping stools, exactly like those of the Chinese. Some of the better sort of houses have a courtyard before them, neatly railed in, with smaller houses built round it for their servants. In this area, they generally eat and sit during the daytime. In the sides of the hills and among the steep rocks, we also observed several holes or caves which appeared to be inhabited, but as the entrance was defended with wickerwork, and we also found, in the only one that was visited, a stone fence running across it within, we imagine they are principally designed for places of retreat in case of an attack from an enemy. The food of the lower class of people consists principally of fish and vegetables such as yams, sweet potatoes, taro, plantains, sugar canes, and breadfruit. To these, the people of a higher rank add the flesh of hogs and dogs, dressed in the same manner as at the Society Islands. They also eat fowls of the same domestic kind with ours, but they are neither plentiful nor much esteemed by them. It is remarked by Captain Cook that the breadfruit and yams appeared scarce amongst them and were reckoned great rarities. We found this not to be the case on our second visit, and it is therefore most probable that, as these vegetables were generally planted in the interior parts of the country, the natives had not had time to bring them down to us during the short stay we made in Waimoa Bay. Their fish they salt and preserve in gourd shells, not, as we at first imagined, for the purpose of providing against any temporary scarcity, but from the preference they give to salted meats. For we also found that the Aries used to pickle pieces of pork in the same manner and esteemed it a great delicacy. Their cookery is exactly of the same sort with that already described in the accounts that have been published of the other South Sea islands, and though Captain Cook complains of the sourness of their taro puddings, yet in justice to the many excellent meals they afforded us in Karakakooa Bay, I must be permitted to rescue them from this general censure and to declare that I never eat better even in the Friendly Islands. It is, however, remarkable that they had not got the art of preserving the breadfruit and making the sour paste of it called Owhyhee, as at the Society Islands, and it was some satisfaction to us, in return for their great kindness and hospitality, to have it in our power to teach them this useful secret. They are exceedingly cleanly at their meals, and their mode of dressing both their animal and vegetable food was universally allowed to be greatly superior to ours. The chiefs constantly begin their meal with a dose of the extract of pepper root, brewed after the usual manner. The women eat apart from the men, and are tabooed or forbidden, as has been already mentioned, the use of pork, turtle, and particular kinds of plantains. However, they would eat pork with us in private, but we could never prevail upon them to touch the two last articles. The way of spending their time appears to be very simple and to admit of little variety. They rise with the sun, and after enjoying the cool of the evening, retire to rest a few hours after sunset. The making of canoes and mats forms the occupations of the Aries. The women are employed in manufacturing cloth, and the Totows are principally engaged in the plantations and fishing. Their idle hours are filled up with various amusements. Their young men and women are fond of dancing, and on more solemn occasions they have boxing and wrestling matches after the manner of the Friendly Islands, though, in all these respects, they are much inferior to the latter. Their dances have a much nearer resemblance to those of the New Zealanders than of the Owhyheeans or Friendly Islanders. They are prefaced with a slow, solemn song, in which all the party join, moving their legs and gently striking their breasts, in a manner and with attitudes that are perfectly easy and graceful, and so far they are the same with the dances of the Society Islands. When this has lasted about 10 minutes, both the tune and the motions gradually quicken and end only by their inability to support the fatigue. Which part of the performance is the exact counterpart of that of the New Zealanders? And, as it is among them, the person who uses the most violent action and holds out the longest is applauded as the best dancer. It is to be observed that in this dance the women only take a part, and that the dancing of the men is nearly of the same kind with what we saw of the small parties at the Friendly Islands, and which may, perhaps with more propriety, be called the accompaniment of songs with corresponding and graceful motions of the whole body. Yet, as we were spectators of boxing exhibitions, of the same kind with those we were entertained with at the Friendly Islands, it is probable that they had likewise their grand ceremonious dances in which numbers of both sexes assisted. Their music is also of a ruder kind, having neither flutes nor reeds, nor instruments of any other sort, that we saw, except drums of various sizes. But their songs, which they sung in parts, and accompany with a gentle motion of the arms in the same manner as the Friendly Islanders, had a very pleasing effect. It is very remarkable that the people of these islands are great gamblers. They have a game very much like our draughts, but if one may judge from the number of squares, it is much more intricate. The board is about 2 feet long and is divided into 238 squares, of which there are 14 in a row, and they make use of black and white pebbles, which they move from square to square. There is another game, which consists in hiding a stone under a piece of cloth, which one of the parties spreads out and rumples in such a manner that the place where the stone lies is difficult to be distinguished. The antagonist with a stick then strikes the part of the cloth where he imagines the stone to be, and as the chances are, upon the whole, considerably against his hitting it, odds of all degrees, varying with the opinion of the skill of the parties, are laid on the side of him who hides. Besides these games, they frequently amuse themselves with racing matches between the boys and girls, and here again they wager with great spirit. I saw a man in a most violent rage, tearing his hair and beating his breast, after losing 3 hatchets at one of these races, which he had just before purchased from us, with half his substance. Swimming is not only a necessary art, in which both their men and women are more expert than any people we had hitherto seen, but a favourite diversion amongst them. One particular mode, in which they sometimes amused themselves with this exercise in Karakakooa Bay, appeared to us most perilous and extraordinary, and well deserving a distinct relation. The surf, which breaks on the coast round the bay, extends to the distance of about 150 yards from the shore, within which space the surges of the sea, accumulating from the shallowness of the water, are dashed against the beach with prodigious violence. Whenever, from stormy weather or any extraordinary swell at sea, the impetuosity of the surf is increased to its utmost height, they choose that time for this amusement, which is performed in the following manner. 20 or 30 of the natives, taking each a long, narrow board, rounded at the ends, set out together from the shore. The first wave they meet, they plunge under, and suffering it to roll over them, rise again beyond it, and make the best of their way by swimming out into the sea. The second wave is encountered in the same manner with the first, the great difficulty consisting in seizing the proper moment of diving under it, which, if missed, the person is caught by the surf and driven back again with great violence, and all his dexterity is then required to prevent himself from being dashed against the rocks. As soon as they have gained, by these repeated efforts, the smooth water beyond the surf, they lay themselves at length on their board and prepare for their return. As the surf consists of a number of waves, of which every third is remarked to be always much larger than the others, and to flow higher on the shore, the rest breaking in the intermediate space, their first object is to place themselves on the summit of the largest surge, by which they are driven along with amazing rapidity toward the shore. If by mistake they should place themselves on one of the smaller waves, which breaks before they reach the land, or should not be able to keep their plank in a proper direction on the top of the swell, they are left exposed to the fury of the next, and, to avoid it, are obliged again to dive and regain the place from which they set out. Those who succeed in their object of reaching the shore have still the greatest danger to encounter, the coast being guarded by a chain of rocks, with here and there a small opening between them. They are obliged to steer their board through one of these, or in case of failure to quit it before they reach the rocks, and plunging under the wave, make the best of their way back again. This is reckoned very disgraceful, and is also attended with the loss of the board, which I have often seen, with great terror, dashed to pieces at the very moment the islander quitted it. The boldness and address with which we saw them perform these difficult and dangerous manoeuvres was altogether astonishing, and is scarcely to be credited. An accident, of which I was a near spectator, shows at how early a period they are so far familiarized to the water as both to lose all fears of it and to set its dangers at defiance. A canoe being overset, in which was a woman with her children, one of them an infant, who, I am convinced, was not more than 4 years old, seemed highly delighted with what had happened, swimming about at its ease and playing 100 tricks till the canoe was put to rights again. Besides the amusements I have already mentioned, the young children have one which was much played at, and showed no small degree of dexterity. They take a short stick, with a peg sharpened at both ends, running through one extremity of it and extending about an inch on each side, and throwing up a ball made of green leaves moulded together and secured with twine, they catch it on the point of the peg, and immediately throwing it up again from the peg, they turn the stick round, and thus keep catching it on each peg alternately without missing it for a considerable time. They are not less expert at another game of the same nature, tossing up in the air and catching in their turns a number of these balls, so that we frequently saw little children thus keep in motion 5 at a time. With this latter play, the young people likewise divert themselves at the Friendly Islands. The great resemblance which prevails in the mode of agriculture and navigation amongst all the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands leaves me very little to add on those heads. Captain Cook has already described the figure of the canoes we saw at Owhyhee. Those of the other islands were precisely the same, and the largest we saw was a double canoe belonging to Teriobu, which measured 70 feet in length, 3.5 in depth, and 12 in breadth, and each was hollowed out of one tree. The progress they have made in sculpture, their skill in painting cloth, and their manufacturing of mats have been all particularly described. The most curious specimens of the former, which we saw during our second visit, are the bowls in which the chiefs drink ava. These are usually about 8 or 10 inches in diameter, perfectly round and beautifully polished. They are supported by 3 and sometimes 4 small human figures in various attitudes. Some of them rest on the hands of their supporters, extended over the head, others on the head and hands, and some on the shoulders. The figures, I am told, are accurately proportioned and neatly finished, and even the anatomy of the muscles in supporting the weight well expressed. Their cloth is made of the same materials and in the same manner as at the Friendly and Society Islands. That which is designed to be painted is of a thick and strong texture, several folds being beat and incorporated together, after which it is cut in breadths about 2 or 3 feet wide and is painted in a variety of patterns with a comprehensiveness and regularity of design that bespeaks infinite taste and fancy. The exactness with which the most intricate patterns are continued is the more surprising when we consider that they have no stamps, and that the whole is done by the eye, with pieces of bamboo cane dipped in paint, the hand being supported by another piece of the cane in the manner practiced by our painters. Their colours are extracted from the same berries and other vegetable substances as at Owhyhee, which have been already described by former voyagers. The business of painting belongs entirely to the women and is called kippery, and it is remarkable that they always gave the same name to our writing. The young women would often take the pen out of our hands and show us that they knew the use of it as well as we did, at the same time telling us that our pens were not so good as theirs. They looked upon a sheet of written paper as a piece of cloth striped after the fashion of our country, and it was not without the utmost difficulty that we could make them understand that our figures had a meaning in them which theirs had not. Their mats are made of the leaves of the pandanus, and, as well as their cloths, are beautifully worked in a variety of patterns and stained of different colours. Some have a ground of pale green, spotted with squares or rhomboids of red. Others are of a straw colour, spotted with green, and others are worked with beautiful stripes, either in straight or waving lines of red and brown. In this article of manufacture, whether we regard the strength, fineness, or beauty, they certainly excel the whole world. Their fishing hooks are made of mother of pearl, bone, or wood, pointed and barbed with small bones, or tortoise shell. They are of various sizes and forms, but the most common are about 2 or 3 inches long, and made in the shape of a small fish which serves as a bait, having a bunch of feathers tied to the head or tail. Those with which they fish for sharks are of a very large size, being generally 6 or 8 inches long. Considering the materials of which these hooks are made, their strength and neatness are really astonishing, and in fact we found them, upon trial, much superior to our own. The line which they use for fishing, for making nets, and for other domestic purposes is of different degrees of fineness, and is made of the bark of the tuta, or cloth tree, neatly and evenly twisted in the same manner as our common twine, and may be continued to any length. They have a finer sort, made of the bark of a small shrub called arima, and the finest is made of human hair, but this last is chiefly used for things of ornament. They also make cordage of a stronger kind for the rigging of their canoes from the fibrous coatings of the coconuts. Some of this we purchased for our own use and found it well adapted to the smaller kinds of running rigging. They likewise make another sort of cordage, which is flat and exceedingly strong, and used principally in lashing the roofing of their houses or whatever they wish to fasten tight together. This last is not twisted like the former sorts, but is made of the fibrous strings of the coconut's coat, plaited with the fingers in the manner our sailors make their points for the reefing of sails. The gourds, which grow to so enormous a size that some of them are capable of containing from 10 to 12 gallons, are applied to all manner of domestic purposes. And in order to fit them the better to their respective uses, they have the ingenuity to give them different forms by tying bandages round them during their growth. Thus, some of them are of a long cylindrical form, as best adapted to contain their fishing tackle. Others are of a dish form, and these serve to hold their salt and salted provisions, their puddings, vegetables, etc., which 2 sorts have neat close covers made likewise of the gourd. Others again are exactly the shape of a bottle with a long neck, and in these they keep their water. They have likewise a method of scoring them with a heated instrument, so as to give them the appearance of being painted in a variety of neat and elegant designs. Amongst their arts, we must not forget that of making salt, with which we were amply supplied during our stay at these islands, and which was perfectly good of its kind. Their salt pans are made of earth, lined with clay, being generally 6 or 8 feet square and about 8 inches deep. They are raised upon a bank of stones near the high water mark, from whence the salt water is conducted to the foot of them, in small trenches, out of which they are filled, and the sun quickly performs the necessary process of evaporation. The salt we procured at Atui and Owhyhee on our first visit was of a brown and dirty sort, but that which we afterward got in Karakakooa Bay was white and of a most excellent quality and in great abundance. Besides the quantity we used in salting pork, we filled all our empty casks, amounting to 16 puncheons in the Resolution only. Their instruments of war are spears, daggers called pahuas, clubs, and slings. The spears are of 2 sorts and made of a hard solid wood, which has much the appearance of mahogany. One sort is from 6 to 8 feet in length, finely polished, and gradually increasing in thickness from the extremity till within about half a foot of the point, which tapers suddenly, and is furnished with 4 or 6 rows of barbs. It is not improbable that these might be used in the way of darts, the other sort, with which we saw the warriors at Owhyhee and Owhyhee mostly armed, are 12 or 15 feet long, and instead of being barbed, terminate toward the point, like their daggers. The dagger, or pahua, is made of heavy black wood resembling ebony. Its length is from 1 to 2 feet, with a string passing through the handle for the purpose of suspending it to the arm. For its shape, I must refer the reader to Figure 6 in Plate 67. The clubs are made indifferently of several sorts of wood. They are of rude workmanship and of a variety of shapes and sizes. The slings have nothing singular about them, and in no respect differ from our common slings, except that the stone is lodged on a piece of matting instead of leather. The Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage. Volume 3. Captain King's Journal of the Transactions on Return to the Sandwich Islands. Chapter 8. General account of the Sandwich Islands continued. Government. People divided into 3 classes. Power of Erie Taboo. Genealogy of the kings of Owhyhee and Mowee. Power of the chiefs. State of the inferior class. Punishment of crimes. Religion. Society of priests. The Orono. Their idols. Songs chanted by the chiefs before they drink ava. Human sacrifices. Custom of knocking out the foreteeth. Notions with regard to a future state. Marriages. Remarkable instance of jealousy. Funeral rites. The people of these islands are manifestly divided into 3 classes. The first are the Eries, or chiefs of each district, one of whom is superior to the rest, and is called at Owhyhee Erie Taboo and Erie Mowee. By the first of these words they express his absolute authority, and by the latter that all are obliged to prostrate themselves, or put themselves to sleep, as the word signifies, in his presence. The second class are those who appear to enjoy a right of property without authority. The third are the tautaus, or servants, who have neither rank nor property. It is not possible to give anything like a systematical account of the subordination of these classes to each other without departing from that strict veracity which, in works of this nature, is more satisfactory than conjectures, however ingenious. I will therefore content myself with relating such facts as we were witnesses to ourselves, and such accounts as we thought could be depended upon, and shall leave the reader to form from them his own ideas of the nature of their government. The great power and high rank of Teriobu, the Erie Taboo of Owhyhee, was very evident from the manner in which he was received at Karakakooa on his first arrival. All the natives were seen prostrated at the entrance of their houses, and the canoes, for 2 days before, were tabooed or forbidden to go out till he took off the restraint. He was, at this time, just returned from Mowee, for the possession of which he was contending in favour of his son Tiwaro, who had married the daughter and only child of the late king of that island, against Tahitari, his surviving brother. He was attended in this expedition by many of his warriors, but whether their service was voluntary or the condition on which they hold their rank and property, we could not learn. That he collects tribute from the subordinate chiefs, we had a very striking proof in the instance of Kau, which has been already related in our transactions of the 2nd and 3rd of February. I have before mentioned that the 2 most powerful chiefs of these islands are Teriobu of Owhyhee and Periorani of Wahoo, the rest of the smaller isles being subject to one or other of these, Mowee and its dependencies being at this time claimed, as we have just observed, by Teriobu for Tiwaro his son and intended successor, Atui and Onihau being governed by the grandsons of Periorani. The following genealogy of the Owhyhee and Mowee kings, which I collected from the priests during our residence at the Marae in Karakakooa Bay, contains all the information I could procure relative to the political history of these islands. This account reaches to 4 chiefs, predecessors of the present, all of whom they represent to have lived to an old age. Their names and successions are as follow. First, Purahu Awaikaya was king of Owhyhee and had an only son called Niruagua. At this time Mowee was governed by Mokoakia, who had also an only son named Papikaniu. Secondly, Niruagua had 3 sons, the eldest named Kahavi, and Papikaniu of the Mowee race had an only son named Kaurika. Thirdly, Kahavi had an only son, Kayenewi Amomo, and Kaurika, the Mowee king, had 2 sons, Maiha and Tahiteri, the latter of whom is now, by one party, acknowledged chief of Mowee. Fourthly, Kayenewi Amomo had 2 sons, Teriobu and Kaihua, and Maiha, king of Mowee, had no son, but left a daughter called Roaho. Fifthly, Teriobu, the present king of Owhyhee, had a son named Tiwaro by Rora, the widow of Maiha, late king of Mowee, and this son has married Roaho, his half-sister, in whose right he claims Mowee and its appendages. Tahiteri, the brother of the late king, supported by a considerable party who were not willing that the possessions should go into another family, took up arms and opposed the rights of his niece. When we were first off Mowee, Teriobu was there with his warriors to support the claims of his wife, his son and daughter-in-law, and had fought a battle with the opposite party in which Tahiteri was worsted. We afterward understood that matters had been compromised and that Tahiteri is to have the possession of the 3 neighbouring islands during Bis life, that Tewaro is acknowledged the chief of Mowee and will also succeed to the kingdom of Owhyhee on the death of Teriobu, and also to the sovereignty of the 3 islands contiguous to Mowee on the death of Tahiteri. Tiwaro has been lately married to his half-sister, and should he die without issue, the government of these islands descends to Maiha, whom we have often had occasion to mention, he being the son of Kaihua, the deceased brother of Teriobu. Should he also die without issue, they could not tell who would succeed. For the 2 youngest sons of Teriobu, one of whom he appears to be exceedingly fond of, being born of a woman of no rank, would, from this circumstance, be debarred all right of succession. We had not an opportunity of seeing Queen Rora, whom Teriobu had left behind at Mowee, but we have already had occasion to take notice that he was accompanied by Kani Kabaraya, the mother of the 2 youths, to whom he was very much attached. From this account of the genealogy of the Owhyhee and Mowee monarchs, it is pretty clear that the government is hereditary, which also makes it very probable that the inferior titles and property itself descend in the same course. With regard to Pereorani, we could only learn that he is an ere taboo, that he was invading the possession of Tahiteri, but on what pretense we were not informed, and that his grandsons governed the islands to leeward. The power of the Aries over the inferior classes of people appears to be very absolute. Many instances of this OC occurred daily during our stay amongst them and have been already related. The people, on the other hand, pay them the most implicit obedience, and this state of servility has manifestly had a great effect in debasing both their minds and bodies. It is, however, remarkable that the chiefs were never guilty, as far at least as came within my knowledge, of any acts of cruelty or injustice, or even of insolent behaviour toward them, though, at the same time, they exercised their power over one another in the most haughty and oppressive manner. Of this I shall give 2 instances. A chief of the lower order had behaved with great civility Tiwa, the master of the ship, when he went to examine Karakakooa Bay the day before the ship first arrived there, and, in return, I afterward carried him on board and introduced him to Captain Cook, who invited him to dine with us. While we were at table, Perea entered, whose face but too plainly manifested his indignation at seeing our guest in so honourable a situation. He immediately seized him by the hair of the head and was proceeding to drag him out of the cabin when the captain interfered. And, after a great deal of altercation, all the indulgence we could obtain, without coming to a quarrel with Perea, was that our guest should be suffered to remain, being seated upon the floor, whilst Perea filled his place at the table. At another time, when Tereobu first came on board the Resolution, Maiha, who attended him, finding Perea on deck, turned him out of the ship in the most ignominious manner, and yet Perea, we certainly knew, to be a man of the first consequence. How far the property of the lower class is secured against the rapacity and despotism of the great chiefs, I cannot say, but it should seem that it is sufficiently protected against private theft or mutual depredation. For not only their plantations, which are spread over the whole country, but also their houses, their hogs, and their cloth, were left unguarded, without the smallest apprehensions. I have already remarked that they not only separate their possessions by walls in the plain country, but that, in the woods likewise, wherever the horse plantains grow, they make use of small white flags, in the same manner, and for the same purpose of discriminating property as they do bunches of leaves at Owhyhee. All which circumstances, if they do not amount to proofs, are strong indications that the power of the chiefs, where property is concerned, is not arbitrary, but at least so far circumscribed and ascertained as to make it worth the while for the inferior orders to cultivate the soil and to occupy their possessions distinct from each other. With respect to the administration of justice, all the information we could collect was very imperfect and confined. Whenever any of the lowest class of people had a quarrel amongst themselves, the matter in dispute was referred to the decision of some chief, probably the chief of the district, or the person to whom they appertained. If an inferior chief had given cause of offence to one of a higher rank, the feelings of the latter at the moment seemed the only measure of his punishment. If he had the good fortune to escape the first transports of his superior's rage, he generally found means, through the mediation of some third person, to compound for his crime by a part or the whole of his property and effects. These were the only facts that came to our knowledge on this head. The religion of these people resembles in most of its principal features that of the Society and Friendly Islands. Their maraes, their waters, their idols, their sacrifices, and their sacred songs, all of which they have in common with each other, are convincing proofs that their religious notions are derived from the same source. In the length and number of their ceremonies, this branch indeed far exceeds the rest. And though in all these countries there is a certain class of men to whose care the performance of their religious rites is committed, yet we had never met with a regular society of priests till we discovered the cloisters of Kakooa in Karakakooa Bay. The head of this order was called Owhyhee, a title which we imagined to imply something highly sacred and which, in the person of Owhyhee, was honoured almost to adoration. It is probable that the privilege of entering into this order, at least as to the principal offices in it, is limited to certain families. Owhyhee, the Owhyhee, was the son of Kau and the uncle of Karakakooa, which last presided during the absence of his grandfather in all religious ceremonies at the Mowee. It was also remarked that the child of Owhyhee, an only son, about 5 years old, was never suffered to appear without a number of attendants, and such other marks of care and solicitude as we saw no other like instance of. This seemed to indicate that his life was an object of the greatest moment, and that he was destined to succeed to the high rank of his father. It has been mentioned that the title of Owhyhee, with all its honours, was given to Captain Cook, and it is also certain that they regarded us generally as a race of people superior to themselves, and used often to say that great Iatua dwelled in our country. The little image which we have before described as the favourite idol on the Mowee in Karakakooa Bay, they call Kunoraekai, and said it was Tereobu's god, and that he also resided amongst us. There are found an infinite variety of these images, both on the Mowee and within and without their houses, to which they give different names. But it soon became obvious to us in how little estimation they were held, from their frequent expressions of contempt of them, and from their even offering them to sale for trifles. At the same time, there seldom failed to be some one particular figure in favour, to which, whilst this preference lasted, all their adoration was addressed. This consisted in arraying it in red cloth, beating their drums and singing hymns before it, laying bunches of red feathers and different sorts of vegetables at its feet, and exposing a pig or a dog to rot on the water that stood near it. In a bay to the southward of Karakakooa, a party of our gentlemen were conducted to a large house, in which they found the black figure of a man, resting on his fingers and toes, with his head inclined backward, the limbs well formed and exactly proportioned, and the whole beautifully polished. This figure the natives called Mowee, and round it were placed 13 others of rude and distorted shapes, which they said were the ituas of several deceased chiefs, whose names they recounted. The place was full of wattas, on which lay the remains of their offerings. They likewise give a place in their houses to many ludicrous and some obscene idols, like the Priapus of the ancients. It hath been remarked by former voyagers that both among the society and friendly islanders an adoration is paid to particular birds, and I am led to believe that the same custom prevails here, and that probably the raven is the object of it, from seeing 2 of these birds tame at the village of Kakua, which they told me were iatuas, and refusing everything I offered for them, cautioned me at the same time not to hurt or offend them. Amongst their religious ceremonies may be reckoned the prayers and offerings made by the priests before their meals. Whilst the ava is chewing, of which they always drink before they begin their repast, the person of the highest rank takes the lead in a fort of hymn, in which he is presently joined by 1, 2, or more of the company, the rest moving their bodies and striking their hands gently together, in concert with the singers. When the ava is ready, cups of it are handed about to those who do not join in the song, which they keep in their hands till it is ended, when, uniting in one loud response, they drink off their cup. The performers of the hymn are then served with ava, who drink it after a repetition of the same ceremony. And, if there be present one of a very superior rank, a cup is, last of all, presented to him, which, after chanting some time alone, and being answered by the rest, and pouring a little out on the ground, he drinks off. A piece of the flesh that is dressed is next cut off, without any selection of the part of the animal, which, together with some of the vegetables, being deposited at the foot of the image of the itua, and a hymn chanted, their meal commences. A ceremony of much the same kind is also performed by the chiefs whenever they drink ava between their meals. Human sacrifices are more frequent here according to the account of the natives themselves than in any other islands we visited. These horrid rites are not only had recourse to upon the commencement of war and preceding great battles and other signal enterprises, but the death of any considerable chief calls for a sacrifice of 1 or more tautaus according to his rank, and we were told that 10 men were destined to suffer on the death of Teriobu. What may, if anything possibly can, lessen, in some small degree, the horror of this practice, is that the unhappy victims have not the most distant intimation of their fate. Those who are fixed upon to fall are set upon with clubs wherever they happen to be, and, after being dispatched, are brought dead to the place, where the remainder of the rites are completed. The reader will here call to his remembrance the skulls of the captives that had been sacrificed at the death of some great chief, and which were fixed on the rails round the top of the marae at Kakua. We got a farther piece of intelligence upon this subject at the village of Kavroa, where, on our inquiring into the use of a small piece of ground enclosed with a stone fence, we were told that it was an heria, or burying ground of a chief, and there, added our informer, pointing to one of the corners, lie the tangata and wahine taboo, or the man and woman who were sacrificed at his funeral. To this class of their customs may also be referred that of knocking out their foreteeth. Scarce any of the lower people, and very few of the chiefs, were seen who had not lost 1 or more of them, and we always understood that this voluntary punishment, like the cutting off the joints of the finger at the Friendly Islands, was not inflicted on themselves from the violence of grief, on the death of their friends, but was designed as a propitiatory sacrifice to the Eatua, to avert any danger or mischief to which they might be exposed. We were able to learn but little of their notions with regard to a future state. Whenever we asked them whither the dead were gone, we were always answered that the breath, which they appeared to consider as the soul or immortal part, was gone to the Eatua, and on pushing our inquiries farther, they seemed to describe some particular place where they imagined the abode of the deceased to be. But we could not perceive that they thought, in this state, either rewards or punishments awaited them. Having promised the reader in the first chapter an explanation of what was meant by the word taboo, I shall, in this place, lay before him the particular instances that fell under our observation of its application and effects. On our inquiring into the reasons of the interdiction of all intercourse between us and the natives, the day preceding the arrival of Teriobu, we were told that the bay was tabooed. The same restriction took place at our request the day we interred the bones of Captain Cook. In these two instances, the natives paid the most implicit and scrupulous obedience, but whether on any religious principle or merely in deference to the civil authority of their chiefs, I cannot determine. When the ground near our observatories, and the place where our masts lay, were tabooed by sticking small wands round them, this operated in a manner not less efficacious. But though this mode of consecration was performed by the priests only, yet still, as the men ventured to come within the space, when invited by us, it should seem that they were under no religious apprehensions, and that their obedience was limited to our refusal only. The women could by no means be induced to come near us, but this was probably on account of the Mowee adjoining, which they are prohibited at all times and in all the islands of those seas from approaching. Mention hath been already made that women are always tabooed or forbidden to eat certain kind of meats. We also frequently saw several at their meals who had the meat put into their mouths by others, and on our asking the reason of this singularity, were told that they were tabooed or forbidden to feed themselves. This prohibition, we understood, was always laid on them after they had assisted at any funeral or touched a dead body, and also on other occasions. It is necessary to observe that, on these occasions, they apply the word taboo indifferently both to persons and things. Thus they say, the natives were tabooed, or the bay was tabooed, and so of the rest. This word is also used to express anything sacred or eminent or devoted. Thus, the king of Owhyhee was called Eri Taboo, a human victim, Tangata Taboo, and, in the same manner, among the friendly islanders, Tonga, the island where the king resides, is named Tonga Taboo. Concerning their marriages, I can afford the reader little farther satisfaction than informing him that such a relation or compact exists amongst them. I have already had occasion to mention that at the time Teriobu had left his queen Rora at Mowee, he was attended by another woman by whom he had children, and to whom he was very much attached. But how far polygamy, properly speaking, is allowed, or how far it is mixed with concubinage, either with respect to the king, the chiefs, or among the inferior orders, too few facts came to our knowledge to justify any conclusions. It hath also been observed that except Kaini Kabaria and the wife of the Orono, with 3 women whom I shall have occasion hereafter to mention, we never saw any female of high rank. From what I had an opportunity of observing of the domestic concerns of the lowest class, the house seemed to be under the direction of one man and woman, and the children in the like state of subordination as in civilized countries. It will not be improper in this place to take notice that we were eyewitnesses of a fact which, as it was the only instance we saw of anything like jealousy among them, shows at the same time that not only fidelity but a degree of reserve is required from the married women of consequence. At one of the entertainments of boxing, Omea was observed to rise from his place 2 or 3 times, and to go up to his wife with strong marks of displeasure, ordering her as it appeared to us from his manner, to withdraw. Whether it was, that being very handsome, he thought she drew too much of our attention, or without being able to determine what other reason he might have for his conduct, it is but justice to say that there existed no real cause of jealousy. However, she kept her place, and when the entertainment was over, joined our party, and soliciting some trifling presents, was given to understand that we had none about us, but that if she would accompany us toward our tent, she should return with such as she liked best. She was accordingly walking along with us, which Owhyhee, observing, followed in a violent rage, and seizing her by the hair, began to inflict with his fists a severe corporal punishment. This sight, especially as we had innocently been the cause of it, gave us much concern, and yet we were told that it would be highly improper to interfere between man and wife of such high rank. We were, however, not left without the consolation of seeing the natives at last interpose, and had the farther satisfaction of meeting them together the next day in perfect good humour with each other. And what is still more singular, the lady would not suffer us to remonstrate with her husband on his treatment of her, which we were much inclined to do, and plainly told us that he had done no more than he ought. Whilst I was ashore at the observatory at Karakakooa Bay, I had twice an opportunity of seeing a considerable part of their funeral rites. Intelligence was brought me of the death of an old chief in a house near our observatories soon after the event happened. On going to the place, I found a number of people assembled and seated round a square area, fronting the house in which the deceased lay, whilst a man, in a red feathered cap, advanced from an interior part of the house to the door, and putting out his head, at almost every moment uttered a most lamentable howl, accompanied with the most singular grimaces and violent distortions of his face that can be conceived. After this had passed a short time, a large mat was spread upon the area, and 2 men and 13 women came out of the house and seated themselves down upon it in 3 equal rows, the 2 men and 3 of the women being in front. The necks and hands of the women were decorated with feathered ruffs, and broad green leaves, curiously scalloped, were spread over their shoulders. At one corner of this area, near a small hut, were 6 boys waving small white banners and the tufted wands, or taboo sticks, which have been often mentioned in the former chapters, who would not permit us to approach them. This led me to imagine that the dead body might be deposited in this little hut. But I afterward understood that it was in the house where the man in the red cap opened the rites by playing his tricks at the door. The company just mentioned, being seated on the mat, began to sing a melancholy tune, accompanied with a slow and gentle motion of the body and arms. When this had continued some time, they raised themselves on their knees, and in a posture between kneeling and sitting, began by degrees to move their arms and their bodies with great rapidity, the tune always keeping pace with their motions. As these last exertions were too violent to continue long, they resumed at intervals their slower movements. And, after this performance had lasted an hour, more mats were brought and spread upon the area, and 4 or 5 elderly women, amongst whom, I was told, was the dead chief's wife, advanced slowly out of the house, and seating themselves in the front of the first company, began to cry and wail most bitterly. The women in the 3 rows behind joining them, whilst the 2 men inclined their heads over them in a very melancholy and pensive attitude. At this period of the rites, I was obliged to leave them to attend at the observatory, but returning within half an hour, found them in the same situation. I continued with them till late in the evening, and left them proceeding with little variation, as just described, resolving, however, to attend early in the morning to see the remainder of the ceremony. On my arrival at the house, as soon as it was day, I found to my mortification the crowd dispersed and everything quiet, and was given to understand that the corpse was removed, nor could I learn in what manner it was disposed of. I was interrupted in making farther inquiries for this purpose by the approach of 3 women of rank who, whilst their attendants stood near them with their fly-flaps, sat down by us, and, entering into conversation, soon made me comprehend that our presence was a hindrance to the performance of some necessary rites. I had hardly got out of sight before I heard their cries and lamentations, and meeting them a few hours afterward, found they had painted the lower part of their faces perfect black. The other opportunity I had of observing these ceremonies was in the case of an ordinary person, when, on hearing some mournful female cries issue from a miserable-looking hut, I ventured into it and found an old woman with her daughter weeping over the body of an elderly man who had but just expired, being still warm. The first step they took was to cover the body with cloth, after which, lying down by it, they drew the cloth over themselves and then began a mournful kind of song, frequently repeating, "Awe Medoa, Awe Tani, O my father, O my husband." A younger daughter was also at the same time lying prostrate in a corner of the house, covered over with black cloth, repeating the same words. On leaving this melancholy scene, I found at the door a number of their neighbours collected together and listening to their cries with profound silence. I was resolved not to miss this opportunity of seeing in what manner they dispose of the body, and therefore, after satisfying myself, before I went to bed, that it was not then removed, I gave orders that the sentries should walk backward and forward before the house, and in case they suspected any measures were taking for the removal of the body, to give me immediate notice. However, the sentries had not kept a good lookout, for in the morning I found the body was gone. On inquiring what they had done with it, they pointed toward the sea, indicating most probably thereby that it had been committed to the deep, or perhaps that it had been carried beyond the bay to some burying ground in another part of the country. The chiefs are interred in the maraes or here-eries, with the men sacrificed on the occasion by the side of them, and we observed that the marae, where the chief had been buried, who, as I have already mentioned, was killed in the cave after so stout a resistance, was hung round with red cloth.